Hi, sweetie. Oh, I mean, g'day, mate. You do you, boo. Oh, yeah, look, I've got to admit, America's been a wonderful, just a mind fuck at the moment, isn't it? With all the stuff going on with Trump and all of the other shit, it's just like Jesus Christ. Can we just get back to normal at some point? But nah, there's the pandemic as well. And it's just the world's going ape shit. So let's sit back and just enjoy the crazy. Dun, dun, dun. I'm doing well. And apparently August says that you're still muted. Let us know when you can hear both of us, August, because you know. Well, welcome to the Red Eye Show. Well, I'll just welcome to the Red Eye Show. I wasn't expecting to have my own show on someone else's channel, but here I am. So yeah. Thanks for watching. That'll be all for tonight. I just Oh God. So technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. I remember back when I was young and you used to be watching the TV and they'd have the technical difficulties. They'd come up with this really cool cartoon of the cameraman fighting what looked like to be an anaconda or some big massive snake. Yeah. So just picture that in your mind that our sound people are currently fighting with some creature once we
I think that'll
slay
do
the
it.
beast.
Well, I think that might have done it.
Hello.
Let's see. Um, I had to. It's been so long since I used this. I haven't changed out the mic, so I was looking for the old mic. So that might have been the problem. I'm right here. I'm probably a little bit too loud according to the thing, but here I am, I guess. Considering last time we had you on BR, you're the one whose audio went weird. So it's good that we switched it around. It's good that it comes back to me. Um,
Yeah, I remember that. That's right. I had to reboot my system twice because we had a power outage and my computer took a hit and it's been acting a little temperamental ever since. So, uh
I
avoiding reboots if possible.
I'll also put the filters on while we're there, just the noise gate and shit like that, because all good. Actually, no, no, I'm done with fiddling. I'm done with fiddling. If you can't handle the echo, well, that makes two of us. I live in an empty box at this point now. I've been completely getting rid of clutter, and I forgot that it's wooden floors, wooden doors, and a big room does not make for good audio. you know?
Yes, you got to put some objects in there to get the sound to bounce and do weird
Or,
stuff. Right?
I fiddle around with the gains and the noise gates and suppressions and all that, which I have on every other version, but I don't have on Coffee and Chat. But I mean, you guys can hear me now. Uh, so yeah, it's been a while since I did this. I'm just gonna get the shilling out of the way. Throughout the night, uh, well, throughout the day in my case, because it's a nice evening coming in now. If you are so inclined, we have a stream goal and all that good shit for you guys to look at, and which we don't have up because I don't want to have it up. I like the whole minimalistic vibe we got going on here. But if you guys donate, it'll definitely help me out. But also, don't forget that we this Thursday are having a Discord watch party for anyone who's subscribed over on Twitch. And if you do subscribe over on Twitch, you should do it now because it's all currently discounted up to 20%, 30% in some cases because it's Twitch Timber, I believe it is.
Ooh.
Yeah. Also, if anyone donates or follows or subscribes or whatever, I'll do 10 curls on the old weights. Uh,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So, yeah, it's I'm still waiting for like someone to say, "Oh, I can't hear him at all." Like I'm gonna be paranoid now for the next half hour. Oh, coffee will be perfect for that.
Yes, I'm consuming energy drinks at 3 o'clock in the morning, so my day has started very early.
I did say to you I can go earlier if need be.
No, no, this is actually a good time for me. The missus has left for Hawaii yesterday, so I can make as much noise as I want. I'm a
Ooh.
night owl, so yeah, I got 2 weeks. I'm home alone. It's
Are
going to
you
be great.
are you gonna be like the stereotype of the husband being left alone and first day he's fine and by third days he's setting little fires in the kitchen to roast mice to keep himself alive?
Yeah, oh, we're already past that stage, mate. I'm eating cockroaches and stuff and counting down the days until she returns.
People drive by you and you come out with like a spear made out of like old pipes.
Yeah, I'm like getting all Lord of the Flies on people and shit.
You build
Just
totems out of like old bits of like scrap and wood.
well, I live just down the road from a shopping centre, so I could always go and forage for food by mugging people coming out of the shop and taking their groceries. No, no, it's she loves going to America and stuff, and the pandemic killed off her travel plans for 3 fucking years. So she had a holiday paid for in 2020, and luckily all the people involved, the accommodation, airlines, and everyone were cooperative and let her put it back until Australia opened back up and we're letting people out because we couldn't, we literally couldn't leave the fucking country unless we had special permission.
Oh,
They just
easy.
locked us in here. Yeah, it was, understandable. It was a pandemic, but a little bit inconvenient if you were caught overseas. There were people stuck overseas for like a year and a half, dude. It was fucking crazy. But she's now in Hawaii in her timeshare having a fucking ball. She spent 5 weeks earlier this year in America traveling around, so hopefully she'll get it out of her system for the rest of the year.
Um, I don't know. I can relate to going over to America all the time. After all, you need to enjoy an endangered species while you can.
Yeah.
You gotta
Oh,
see it in in the wild before it's in its enclosed in habitat, and then you just see it mounted and stuffed in a museum somewhere. What would be Americanus doofus or whatever? That would be its genus name. It'd just be this overweight. It would be this really bad mannequin of like an overweight American on like a little rascal eating a burger and shooting a gun. Wow, what a noble species. That's
Well,
just nature. The strong survive.
This guy is
well,
unfucking believable.
she loves America because there's something about Australians and Americans. Like in Australia, we love to give America shit, but
Yeah, you guys are tiny.
militarily and yeah, we're pretty fucking well. Like they're gonna give us nuclear submarines. They've never done that to any other ally ever. They announced, yeah, we'll give you some nukes, but a couple of the American Navy guys are going, well, there's not enough nuclear subs to go around. We want them all for ourselves. It's like, oh, shut up. How many do you fucking want? But she says that one thing about it, once you get out of the big cities and you start getting into the heartland and the smaller towns, is that once you walk into a small eatery somewhere, it's a mum and pop diner or something, and you say, g'day, and they work out you're from Australia, your portions just exponentially get bigger. Incredibly polite people. Um, Believe it or not, it's like because you see the way Americans are portrayed in film and TV, and it's like one of the things is arrogance and all that shit. But down to earth, she fucking loves Americans because they're really polite, generous, nice people. One place she stayed at in Colorado. Yeah, well, how's this one place in Colorado? She got stung by a little scorpion while she's at the hotel there. They fucking get wind of this. The owner of the place is on her doorstep within 5 minutes saying, we're so sorry. Do you want to go to the hospital? We'll call you an ambulance. And she's like, well, no, we called the poison line and it's not a dangerous one. It's fine. They upgraded the room to the top of the line suite, free food for the rest of the stay. And this was because apparently in America, people get a little bit litigious, and that may have been a grounds to get sued. And the owners were amazed that this person didn't even mention a lawsuit. And so
Yeah.
they just went, you get this, you get that. Here's the fruit platter. He buffed them out with food for a fucking week and a half.
It,
Hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of shit.
it's very similar to whenever I go over to the States because I'm Irish. That, of course, for me, it's alcohol. They always want to buy me a drink. They always want to give me one on the house. They always want to offer me a job. They're on the down low, but it's still there. Seriously, I'd be well employed if I was over in the States right now. But yeah, they are very nice. But I mean, they're also people. I've met absolute scumbags in America, real
Oh yeah.
scumbags. But I mean, that's the thing. You find everyone everywhere. The difference is because there's a lot of Americans, you find a lot of everything. When I go, for example, to New York, there's unfortunately a lot of junkies, and I was not prepared last time I was in New York for the sheer amount of junkies. And it's not like the junkies you see elsewhere, which will just be like spare change, spare change. For every one of those, you have exactly one other who will grab you and ask you for change. They will like, they've passed the point of being like terrified of being like arrested. Hell, I've been homeless in the States as well. I actually went into a police station and asked, could I be arrested? Just so I could have like a roof over my head. And they looked at me kind of like queer eyed, like, what the fuck? Like, what, dude? Well, you don't ask to get arrested. And they felt sorry for me and directed me out of there. But and yes, I did say the Q word. But my counter argument to it is I'm very camp, and only yesterday I had to tell someone that I was not gay. So there we go. That somehow gives me a pass. That somehow gives me a pass. And it wasn't totally just a flubbed line. That I was meant to say crossed. But I really, really, really love the States because I feel at home there. I don't feel at home here. I've learned to appreciate Ireland more as I get older, but it's not my home. And in fact, I don't think anywhere would be my home. But if I had to pair myself to one people, it would be Americans because they're everything. They're a little bit of everything all at once, basically. You'll go down the street and you'll have like 20 different opinions. You'll go into a room and there'll be 100 different personalities. And a lot of those personalities are fucking trash. But a lot of it's also pretty damn cool. You know, you hang out with a lot of Americans. You've known a lot of Americans over your life.
Yeah. August says your volume's a little bit low, so maybe give it a bit of a wee.
Yep. Uh, I gotta remember to do all this stuff before the show. Sorry about this, guys. And
No.
before we go on any further, Xanos, thank you so much for the follow. Like I said, it's going to be a sub for you to join the watch party on Thursday, but you were owed that arm curl, so I gave you those arm curls. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
like, there's a reason I have an American flag back there, but it's not because I give a fuck about America as a political state. I give a fuck, or any of the individual states. In fact, some of the individual states are pretty trash. Like, I'm not a big fan of a lot of the Midwestern states because there's literally nothing in them. It's just endless, endless nothing. But the
Cornfields.
corn, 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 maybe some wheat, more corn. You'll be really lucky if you find some cows.
Hey, look,
Uh,
there's some maize. No, wait, that's corn.
they even have their own song, and I remember the whole like the lyrics of it was just corn, corn. Here's some corn, corny, corny, corn, and it's just like that. And oh,
Sing it for 3 hours, driving at 50 kilometers an
and you're
hour.
only a quarter of the way to your destination. God
Yeah, look,
help me when you go down to Texas. I have no idea what to be prepared for down there.
here's the thing about America. It's not the place, and it's not the idea and the freedom and the it's the people. It's the
Yeah,
people that make America fucking awesome. And it's this big cross. It's just so varied. It's like you'll get you get the city slickers, and then out in the country you get country folks, and then you get everything all in between. Then you go to places like Sedona in Arizona, and it's basically like a desert hippie commune with they talk about portals and shit. It's like, all of that stuff. And
yeah,
that's
I heard about
if I was
Sedona.
going to live anywhere in America, I want to go somewhere like Sedona or somewhere out in the desert. I wouldn't want to live on the coast or anywhere. It's just that whole rock mesa, and that just something about that landscape that just I love it. And the architecture of the New Mexican sort of architecture. I love those styles of buildings. So it's just yeah, it makes my brain happy thinking about nice, dry, arid, with lots of cactuses and a rock garden instead of having a lawn.
Like Slab City.
Yeah, yeah. I've just
Yeah.
there's several places in that region that I could just move to tomorrow, and I would be just perfectly happy.
I absolutely I love the idea of retiring to a place like that and just spending my time like drinking beer, helping out around when people need it, because you got to earn your place there by just not being like a leech. Help people out when you can. But beyond that, like just drinking beer, maybe smoking a bit of grass, going to a barbecue and bringing your own shit, go to sleep and repeat the process. And every once in a while, you hop onto an RV and you drive into a big city to pick up supplies and drop people off and pick people up. And it seems like a nice way of ending your days. But I am still a bit more in the mood for like here and now, the hustle and bustle. So if I could, I'd live in like a brownstone somewhere in New York. Not a brownstone, a loft in New York. Brownstone would be more like Boston or something like that. But like a big open air place that you'd see something like out of Rent, and just spend my days like going to gala events and movie openings. And it wouldn't be like just the big ones, but the really small, obscure shit. The off Broadway shows of like some college kids who are just staring at mirrors of themselves and being like, why? Like,
Yeah,
just,
I'm the exact opposite. I'd steer clear of the big cities because I've lived on the east coast of Australia, which is just there's plenty of big cities. I've seen lots of big buildings. What I haven't seen is the Canadian Rockies and how majestically fucking awesome that place can be. And where Landon lives up in Washington,
mm,
like Jesus Christ, like where he lives is just it's magnificent. He lives a stone's throw from the Canadian border, so in winter he gets snow, and in summer he gets these beautiful long days with these magical place. And there's so many different terrains in America, like I said, the desert in Arizona and all that, and then you got redwood forests in Cali, and then you got um, over the other side where Washington and Connecticut and all of those places. For some reason, I want to go. I used to watch that show MASH, and I always wanted to go to this place called Crabapple Cove up in Maine, because that's where Hawkeye Pierce was from in the show MASH. So, and he always talked about this really nice little quiet place called Crabapple Cove. So I want to go to Maine and chill out there and try some seafood, because apparently the seafood up in Maine's pretty good too.
I'm on their
Food,
website
that's
right now.
that's the thing. That's the big killer thing about America, food.
Yeah.
If I go to America, it's going to be called the Fat Bastard Tour, because I'm a really skinny rate guy, but I want to come back 20 kilos heavier. I want to come back an actual legit fat bastard.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to buy you're gonna go over there with no clothes. You're gonna buy clothes while over there, just as your waistline expands. Uh, that's also a great way of keeping down costs for flights. Is just go over there with no clothes, because you have to be honest. Like for the most part, the money like you get over in the States is the like your value for money goes a lot more. Um, like whenever I go over to the States, I always come back with like a pair of Target jeans and like a couple of t-shirts. I think I'm wearing a Target, like just a regular pack of 3 black t-shirt right now. Uh, and it's all you need, unless of course you want to like go into somewhere like Spencer's Gifts or Hot Topics and get like an overpriced band t-shirt. Which yeah, I usually do that for as gifts for people. I pick them up like a Metallica shit or something from like an Adult Swim show and then bring it back. But I absolutely love. You were right. Like the food and just the variety of stuff in the States is brilliant.
Yeah,
Every biome on
touristy
Earth,
stuff.
um,
Yes, yeah,
every
exactly.
biome is just there, including urban. Like you won't get a better urban environment because except for I suppose walkability. Especially when you're out in the Midwest. Once you leave Chicago, you're not going to be walking around anywhere until you hit the Pacific. Every city is just this endless strip of fast food places, and there's like no paths anywhere. And I think America could really appreciate with more bike lanes and more just pavement, more just places being able to walk from place to place. Because you got sometimes you got like the little inner city parts, like say Omaha. In Omaha, you've got Old Market. An Old Market you can walk around. That's like 5, 6 blocks, and then you got a park, and then you've got just highway, streets, endless. And if you're too poor to get a car over there, like you're not doing jack shit. You're gonna get the bus, or you're gonna know someone who drives. Otherwise, you're fucked. And it's so terrible. It's terrible for the environment. It's terrible for just the infrastructure of the cities. Not only bikes is a great channel. He's from Houston, but he lives out of Amsterdam, and he's an architect, like a city planner. And he says the worst city he's ever been in was his hometown, because you can on Google Maps walk from place to place, but in reality, you're hugging the side of like a major highway as trucks just go right past your face, and you're hoping that you don't break your ankle on a bloody like really badly maintained quote unquote pathway that's just a bunch of grass. It's fucking insane. I love European cities for that. European cities, if you want to get to another side of the whole, to another time zone, another country in some cases, you can walk it.
Yeah, I
America
think
needs that shit.
European cities um, have had the benefit of, like for instance, a friend of mine, Bunny, she's from Norwegistan, and she lives in this village. This village has been there for 700 or 800 years, maybe longer. Like that, they say there's been 10 whatever generations of humans living in the same spot, and they've really refined the art of traversing their space. Whereas America's cities have all sprung up, and the modern ones, they sprung up too quick, and there wasn't a lot of planning involved. And when you rush shit, you soon start to see all the furbles and the fuck ups. And one of the big things is America was built around the idea of Detroit and the motor vehicle. And
Not at first. At first, they had some pretty great. Like, have you ever seen those footage of like, here's Main Street from like 1920, and here's Main Street now, and there's trams, and there's like there are buses. I mean, some of them are like drivable buses, and others are like horse-drawn buses. But I mean, they really they had it. They had the potential to be walkable. They had the potential to be like pedestrian friendly. But they dropped it because, like you said, I think LA was the worst example of that. The whole Mulholland Drive debacle thing that inspired Who Framed Roger Rabbit, where they intentionally shot down any potential of like a decent subway or a decent public transit because they were getting massive kickbacks from the construction companies to build the highways.
yeah,
Yeah, like fucking, and now of course the major issue for America is that the one more lane. Have you ever heard about that?
no.
The one more lane principle is for city planners. Well, we have this massive problem with congestion. What do? Let's add another lane. Well, what happens then is that works for a little while until people hear that there's less traffic on this highway and more people show up. You would need to cover the entire goddamn country in highways for everyone to not have to deal with traffic, and that would only work until more people got cars. Like, but me,
Yep.
it's so ridiculous, and all that wasted space, all that CO2 emissions, all the maintenance that you're gonna need, or like the Skyway in Chicago, which is a laughing stock. It looks so cool at first. These massive stilted highways going up in the air. You drive on it, you might as well be driving through some fucking backwards like lumber camp track out in bloody out in Siberia. The potholes are everywhere, and they still charge for maintenance, but the maintenance never gets done because they don't want to have to turn. They don't want to have to turn it off. They wait until you can see like the ocean underneath, the water, the lake underneath, and then they fix that up by just filling up a bit. And apparently according to John Morgan, Baltimore's potholes are also just a fucking disaster as well. It's it's just guys, you had the opportunity to build cities from scratch that would just be the most efficient, straightforward things possible, and you squandered it. Like America in many other respects, you squandered it and replaced it with the sense of freedom of driving in your own car. Well, look forward to paying out the ear for the rest of your life for that car that you're probably going to sell in 5 years because they all are built like fucking wet paper towels over there. That's another thing. There's no lastability in America. I've noticed that. There's no endurance in America. They're all built to be fire and forget sort of, oh, I'll just buy another car in 5 years. Oh, I'll even the clothes I got, they're meant to be used for like a year at most, and you throw them out. I've been reusing them for years, and they're starting to show the wear and tear. But then I'm just gonna buy more. But that's gonna come at a cost, and I don't mean just money. Environmental, it must be a cost. Economic, it must be a fucking nightmare, because that can't be a system that's gonna work forever.
Well, I think a lot of the things that America, like you're talking about, stuff stuff that used to be made in America. Like most of the stuff that they consumed used to be made in America before Asia opened up and all these cheap fucking labor markets sort of sprung up. But here's the beauty of all that now. All of those workers are starting to go, fucking screw this. I want a real wage. I work too hard for this fucking cheap shit. So that's why you've seen everyone. Well, there's a few reasons why they're all bailing out of China, but one of the reasons is it's not that cheap to get shit done there anymore, and you can get it done probably better, and you don't have to deal with the Chinese government. So everyone's like pulling out and going to Vietnam and other places. So, but products that used to be made in America, like if it had a made in the USA fucking stamp on it, that shit was legit and it would last you a
Yeah,
lifetime. Leave like good Lee stretch jeans. I've still got a pair of stretch jeans in there that are 30 years old that I can still fit in, but they're like, and they've gone. These jeans are so fucking old that they went well and truly out of fashion, and now they came back in, and I think they're heading back out again. But they lasted. If I go and buy a pair of jeans from Target, they'll last a few years, but they ain't gonna last that fucking long.
I have a
Doc
pair of
Martens, even
the Doc. I remember when Doc
yeah,
Martens used to
they're an
last a
English
lifetime.
boot. Yeah, but that's it. They're built well using good materials, and they last a lifetime. You buy a pair of knockoff Doc Martens from China, and you know what happens after 2 years? The rubber soles start to literally just flake away and turn into dust, and then the leather upper that isn't actually leather just disintegrates.
You
And that's
uh, what was the worst bit of clothing you ever bought that was like just pure cheap? Does that never come to mind? That's
a
the ultimate.
fucking jacket. I bought this jacket once and I thought, fuck, that thing looks cool. And then when I've got into the shop and I've grabbed it and I thought it was leather. And I was like, no, that's PVC plastic. I still bought it. And I swear to God, I think it was the second night out. A bit of cigarette ash fell off my cigarette, and just basically the thing nearly out, and it started to melt. And I'm like, wow! I actually took the jacket off and threw it in the bin. It was just a pile of shit. But it looked really cool until you touched it, and then you went, oh, it looked like old leather until you got up near it, and then you could go, oh, that's just,
It's why
yeah.
I got my trench coat as an old Soviet coat. Like I just looked for an old military coat and tossed it
Dude,
in there.
I got
Um,
a 42 hanging off my computer chair right now, legit as fuck, English.
nice. Oh God, for me, my cheapest thing I ever got was in Tenerife. My ma wanted to treat me. I was there on a family holiday, and my ma wanted to treat me to anything I wanted. And I thought about it, and I was like, I want to get drunk, and she gave me a long look and went, besides that. So I was like, okay. I mean, I was well able to drink at that point myself, but I mean, we had come into a big chunk of money, and she wanted to splurge. So I was like, I'll tell you what I want. I want to get my ear pierced. So I went in and got my ear pierced with this sort of like ruby stud thing. God, and people think I'm gay. um, but afterwards, I noticed they had this really cool looking T-shirt for sale there too, and it was like 10, 20 euro. And I was like, I think I'll buy that as well. And I picked that up, and as he handed it to me, it ripped as he
Oh no.
handed it to me, but it was folded up. There was no sharp anything. But as I took it off him, I think he held on to it for just a few seconds, and it had when I felt it, it had the same consistency as gauze, really thin gauze, and I was
Oh
like,
shit.
what the hell? I mean, Ma was like, you can't be serious. And all he said was, he was an English guy and some expat who went down there, really young. And he only went, he's like, yeah, sorry, that'll be 20. And we were like, no, will not be 20. And we just walked out. Fucking hell.
Outrageous.
Fucking ridiculous, man. Shame. You know what I should have done? I should have asked for some scissors, cut out the decal, handed him a fiver for the decal, and kept the decal till I found a place that printed out t-shirts and put that on it. That would have been
Oh yeah.
that would have been justifiable. Yeah, it had some skull. It was very edge lord esque. It was like a skull and fire, and I think I had like an ace of spades card on it. It'd have been something you'd have wandered around doing some bong hits in on a lazy day, but I don't know. That was always to me the worst bit of clothing I ever like. So I mean, I didn't. You got 2 days out of your jacket. I didn't even get to wear the damn thing.
Oh, now you reminded me these. When I was a kid growing up, I used to have these t-shirt shops, and they'd be the iron-on decals, and they'd have hundreds of fucking really cool art designs, and like
Yeah.
some of them big glittery and shit. I remember I got this fucking Cobra t-shirt, and it just had the most awesome fucking bit of artwork of this Cobra, and it was all done with like the glitter fucking iron-on print thing, so all of the different colors would shimmer in the light. And this fucking thing, I used to think it was like magical. This shirt, just a black t-shirt with this cheesy fucking Cobra print on it, and I would not take it off as a kid. Fucking love that shirt, man.
And
And I
now
also,
you see what happens
oh
now with Cobes. That's basically hit that mindset that just never grew up.
yeah, did
Anyway, go on.
base yeah. Now that you mention it, and the other shirts I used to, the other shirt I had was these two weed shirts. One was a piss take of Ghostbusters, but it was Dope Busters, and it just had a pig with a police hat and a baton and some sunglasses on, with the Ghostbusters symbol crossing him out, saying Dope Busters, and the other one was Snake in the Grass, and it just had a bunch of weed plants with this fucking really stoned snake with a joint hanging out of its mouth, just and it said "Sut."
My
And yeah, love that shirt.
my ma had a weed a little weed tin, and it was a picture of John Paul II on it with a camera a superimposed joint in his mouth, and the it had a little saying, "I love the pub because pub smokes the dope." Um, there was some the one I absolutely loved. It's the most weebish shit now, but it would make a really cool banner for like maybe a Twitch player, like a really young Twitch player streamer. But it was a sort of deep purple navy blue background of a samurai with one of those huge circular like rice farmer hats, and he had he was posed almost like an action figure, and he had his on the tip of his katana was an eagle resting with its wings spread out. It
Oh
was
yeah.
so weeb. It was, and I had the, and the thing was, it was printed as like a Hawaiian T-shirt, so a Hawaiian shirt. So I would walk around like that, and people were like, "Oh man, that's so cool." Now thinking about it is, yeah, a bunch of teenagers would think that was cool as fuck. But now thinking of it, if I could get one that fit me, I'd fucking buy that shit up in an instant and fucking strut. Next time I go out on a date, next time I go out to hit the try to pick up some girls, I'm gonna wear that fucking shit. Fuck yeah. And people will be like, dude, are you like some fucking otaku shit? And I'll be like, yeah, what are you? You know, like want to talk about some nerd shit? Like fucking own the cringe. What's that saying? Don't cringe at the don't defeat the cringe. Own the cringe. You know, be who
Oh
you
hell
want to.
yeah, dude.
Yeah, be who you want to be. You know.
Yeah. I embraced my nerdiness fucking several years back, and it's just like I'm just a really big angry nerd. So I that's what I am. I like nerdy stuff and space stuff. So
hell yeah.
you like what you like.
And you gotta be honest, like especially because you've got a longer well you've got a longer memory than me. You would have you seen when you were a kid and getting into nerdy shit, how it would have become the mainstream? Could have you ever imagined that? Because I couldn't, and I was starting to see it like in the '90s, but with like video games and D&D and like sci-fi stuff, how that was becoming the norm compared
Yeah,
to
I remember when video games were just like, you know, it was a few things. One of the things was surfing. It's like, no, you can't earn a fucking living surfing. Yeah, go and tell that to fucking Kelly Slater after his fucking stellar career of earning all that money and basically being paid to travel around the world to the most exotic fucking locations you could think of just to have professional film crews out in the waters watching him surf. Not for competition, just to let him free surf and video and sell movies. And it's just like, yeah, you know, it's
obviously surfing
it's
over there
weird.
in Australia would probably be a much bigger thing than over here.
Oh yeah,
But
everyone.
out in the west coast here, oh god, there is like a strong surfing element, especially up in Dingle. There's a lot of like world championships, but I know in Australia, like you guys are on par with like Hawaii, just how much you guys
Well,
fucking love
I
that shit.
grew up. I grew up with Ed Fanning. I used to hang out with him. He was a world champion, mate. Like I
Oh,
used to literally drink at parties with Ed. Used to sit and go, hey Ed, how the fuck are you? Go, hey dude. So
Galen
yeah,
says Red should not be this calm. Well, this
yeah,
is the
I
whole
know.
thing. This is the whole thing. We're two people who are reminiscing about the state of the world, and in it we find peace.
And I'm sort of trying to pump the brakes, so to speak. Like when I was modern for pimp, I had this persona. Might not have been a true representation of who I really am. There's facets of me in there, but I'm not usually psychotically angry 24/7. Bipolar disorder ain't fun, but
Mm.
I have my moments where I'm nice and calm. But yeah, I remember watching cartoons and watching and playing video games, and my daddy go, "Fucking video games are stupid. Stop watching cartoons." Well, it's like, well, all of a sudden there was this. Someone was saying, in I estimate in 5 to 10 years' time that the gaming industry will turn over more money than the movie industry, and a lot of people went, never happened. Well, that happened well and truly, and has surpassed Hollywood and taken a massive shit on it. Now the gaming industry brings in way more money than Hollywood fucking could
They
dream of.
said the exact
They
same thing about
wish.
TV, and they said the exact same thing about like the videotape industry, and then the DVD industry, and then the streaming industry. Like there is always going to be a supplanting. One day, gaming will be supplanted by something else. God knows
Yeah.
what.
Well, here's the thing. I read Marvel comics when I was a kid. Jackie actually had my missus had the full collection, like legit #1 fucking X-Men and shit. Legit.
Cool.
Her mum threw them all out.
Arr!
Yeah. And she had one, two, three, four. She had them all. She had them all. Went to Melbourne for a few years, and her mum went, "Oh, she's not coming back for these." Yoink. It's like, but
She threw them away,
when
or
I
did
was
she at least get some money off them?
no, chucked them.
Ah, bollocks.
Yeah. Now here's the crazy thing. I'm reading these comics. I'm loving them. If you told me when I was reading that very first comic, in 20 years' time, you're going to see a series of movies that will just blow your mind. But the technology wasn't around back then to make the movies they wanted to make about the Marvel Universe and X-Men and all of that shit. Well, now look, Hugh Jackman's a fucking household name. Well, it took the time, and it went from just being a fucking comic to one of the biggest selling fucking friends. Like Robert Downey Jr. is a very well known individual because of what character now?
Yeah, we
It
almost
used to be
forget.
because of his
Yeah,
drug abuse, right? Remember?
they
There's like,
found him in bushes, and they had to like get him cleaned up for like
yeah,
for interviews and shit. His producer, his agent was almost like his handler at some points. He'd just go on fucking benders for weeks, and they wouldn't know where the fuck he could have ended up like Andy Dick very
yeah. But
easily,
look at him now.
right?
Look at him now, dude. It's like, look at Andy Dick. Is like fucking. We got to play that Andy Dick song too, by the way. We haven't listened to that for a while. I think we
The
need to.
shampoo witch.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. We need to listen to that.
By the
But
way, if anybody, which one of mine does the shampoo? Is it a subscriber? Let's see.
She's the shampoo witch! The shampoo witch!
yeah, that's right. Look, some of the toys that I had when I was a kid, like I remember I had one of those Steve Austin $6 million man dolls with the bionic eye and the arm that moved and shit.
Yeah.
And you know what I ended up doing with that thing, because I didn't realize at the time. It was a slug gun target, so I had a pellet gun, and we shot the shit out of Steve Austin. We whittled him down till he was nothing more than a torso. His arms and legs got, dude, that
You were
doll would be,
Sid out of Toy Story.
yeah, basically.
You have to
We
play
used to
nice with your
fucking,
toys.
yeah, no, that'd last for a while until, and then Dad gave us firearms. It was like, yep, know what we're doing with all this shit, and most of that stuff ended up as targets, or was, yeah. I had a Gene Simmons doll as well. I think we shot the shit out of that. That thing would be worth a fucking fortune. Now, it was a legit Gene Simmons, about 12 inches tall figurine, full fucking hair done up. It was like, oh my god, tongue. No, what did I do? Shoot the shit out of it.
I guarantee you that my roommate suggested this when we first moved up here into the countryside, and I was trying to get off drink at the time. It failed. I'm at peace with it. I'm hardly the worst drunk that's ever existed on the planet, but I had a lot of extra income, and he was like, "Well, why don't you buy off a bunch of consoles and don't open them and just wait, like old consoles, and wait until the profit it goes up and you can sell them off again." And I looked at all the consoles that I had as a kid, and I'm thinking like, oh my god, they're like 5 times, 6 times more for like an unboxed one. 5 times, 6 times more expensive. But then I noticed like as I got older, their prices drop even like mint condition, and it's because that market had already existed and they had counted that in by overbuilt making them. So like you can get you can find PlayStation, you can find 360s being used as paperweights now. It's like that is no longer a viable source. I've got like so many old ones out there now that are just gathering dust, and I couldn't sell them for anything, even like pristine because it just there's no market in it. But what there was markets for was all my old Beano and Dandy comics that I got, and I used to stack up in the attic. And when I was like 14 or 15, my ma told me, if you pop them away into like plastic sheets and pop them away someplace else, say by the time you're in your 20s, they might be worth something. She was bloody right. I could have been sitting on at least 2 or 3 grand. And you know what I did with them? I fucking threw them out when they started to. I put them next to a leaky pipe, and then when they got too moist, I just threw them out because they made the whole attic conversion smell like fucking moist towelettes. Like
Oh,
fucking
bugger.
hell. I know hindsight's 2020, but Jesus Christ, like I have fucked myself over due to laziness so much times due to finances. Anyway, Andy Dick time. Let's see if this is the right one. It is. Andy. Quickly have a look. Giant size #1. That's criminal. Part why old comics are worth money and rare. Yeah. Also, there was. Didn't the comic industry respond to the speculatory market by releasing comics that were meant to go up in value? Like, wasn't that the whole era on like DC and Marvel where they kind of knew that people weren't reading them? They were keeping them almost like as
Yeah, and they'd release
yeah.
5 different fucking covers of the same comic and
Right.
they,
I remember
yeah, and it's
Linkara
just like,
talking about that, and I was like, "Wow, that's really shitty on the part of people for doing it in the first place by mass buying them, and B, the studios for doing that in the first place rather than creating something of quality." And the same thing happened with the PS5. Combine that in with COVID and the lack of the uh, the machine the microchips and shit inside that you needed to the processors needed to make them. It created this artificial scarcity that it still exists to this day. I found a PS5 up in Sligo for sale in the CEX there, and it's 800 quid. Fuck that noise. By the time I can raise that money up solely for the PlayStation, it's got to be down. It's got to be replaced by something else.
yeah,
It's
look,
not worth it.
video cards are dropping already. I've seen it, 3070s worth 1,500 in Australia. They're under $1,000 now. Now the RTX 4 series are going to be more expensive because they've got way more goodies in them. It's like it costs more to make them, but their price won't be like. Um, Basically, what's happening is Ethereum apparently have come up with a way to do their cryptocurrency without relying on the mining to
Mm.
verify it and all of this shit. It comes down instead of the way it's being verified at the moment. People put up Ethereum coins as collateral to verify this. It's basically it's gonna change the way it's done and hopefully take the pressure off the market for GPUs.
True,
Don't
but
know. I don't know about CPUs and AMDs because Ryzen are just a great chip and every fucking motherfucker wants one.
yeah, I remember everyone complaining about the like 15 or 20 people in China was like mass buying off all these just to mine crypto to buy more off. And it was all I can say at least is that like if you're gonna mine crypto, you better fucking sell it as soon as you make it because it looks like the crypto days are if not done, then they're transforming into something far less available except for like the top 1% echelon. Because at this point now, it looks like people are just buying and selling it to each other in this almost closed circuit that the average person won't be able to chip in. Anyone who I know has made money off it did it in the earliest days, back when it was kind of like a free for all, when it really was like anyone could make anything. And it's not going to last in its current form, and it might not last at all. So if you are making money off it, fucking hell, like transfer it into real currency, or before you lose everything, because people are like borrowing against it now. I don't know how many banks are like allowing you to borrow against crypto as your like valuable, but I guarantee you they're out there. And it's going to end up being an absolute disaster for people who are like invested 30,000, 40,000, 100,000, a million, and then suddenly it finds out all their currency is gone because it was worthless.
All right, so Bitcoin, let's just use that as an example. Couple of reasons I don't like crypto. Number one, if you happen to have the name Elon Trusk, wink wink, you can jump on Twitter and say blah 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 and mention Tesla or something, and you can actually affect not only the fucking stock value, but if you mention Bitcoin while you're mentioning Tesla, you can affect fucking Bitcoin's fucking value. And Elon's been basically told, don't do that. Right? So there's your first fucking problem. The other problem is fluctuation. So right now, one Bitcoin will get you 32,295.42 Australian dollars. That's down from fucking, what was it? So it was up near 80 so in November 8, 2021, was worth $89,000 for a Bitcoin. Right now, it's fucking 32. If you bought at just off the peak at, say, let's just say the low point was in the middle of the peak between September and November, was $78,000. You're down, like Bitcoin fucking, when that stable coin went down, Bitcoin fucking died in the ass. Why would you? And it's got no intrinsic value. What's the guarantee that it's going to be there tomorrow?
Right.
And here's the other thing: we're one big coronal mass ejection away from the internet being knocked out for God knows how long. That's another thing to take into account. And the other one was, there's that case of the guy that ran the cryptocurrency exchange. He died. Guess what happened to everybody's crypto? It was locked. No one could get it because no one knew the fucking goddamn passwords to get in to fucking retrieve the shit. It got, I don't know what happened with that, but they spent months trying to sort that out.
I remember watching a documentary. There's a great documentary on this breaking down NFTs and cryptos. I forget what it is, but I forget the name of it. I'd recognize it straight away. By the way, we should listen to Andy's dulcet tones, because you are right.
Hit me, baby. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's talk about shampoo. My hair is so silky smooth. I feel like it's a little weird tune. Why did you change the tune all of a sudden? Oh my god, the tune change. Alright. Okay, and like, I don't know what to say. I feel like you're fucking talking over me, and I want to talk about.
She's so fucking off her skull. But compared to now, she's actually quite sober. Like these days, she gets so much more fucked up. She gets rushed to hospital on numerous occasions now because she's just so, like, out of it. Oh, and this was only like what, this year? Fucking hell, they're not gonna. Neither of them are gonna see 2030. Sad fact, but I'm calling it now.
About fucking shampoo.
What? You okay, man?
Yeah, I'm just like, what the goddamn fuck?
I feel like I'm gonna answer showing you and your fucking family. I'm gonna make you feel like a fucking champion. I'm gonna make you feel like no one else is gonna take care of you, but other than this bomb that I'm gonna lay on you when I destroy you, and I'm gonna existed. Nothing else gonna exist after I fucking come upon you and nuke you.
She's the shampoo witch. The shampoo witch. The shampoo witch. Be afraid of her. She's the shampoo witch. The shampoo witch. Be afraid of her.
What the best part about this is, if they hadn't recorded it, neither of them would remember this happened.
No one would have. It's now, it's out there. It's on the internet, and it's glorious. Like it's one of my favorite spontaneous songs I think I've ever heard. Shampoo Witch. It's like
Shampoo Witch. And he was
magnificent.
remember when we were watching it, like the whole, even like leading up to it was weird. Like they were getting constant donations, and that I forget the name of the Asian guy. He was like, he was getting freaked out because Andy was basically like fondling him and stuff like that. And then when he rejected him, he started calling him like an Asian bastard and stuff like that. It was getting really dodgy. Oh God,
And he was being held there kind of against his will at one point at this place as well. Like the cops were called and everything to get him out of there. I remember when he eventually got out and the dude in the RV came and picked him up, and it's like, damn, dude, this is like the IP
yeah,
fucking
me
crew are
too.
just
Yeah.
crazy.
I always end up watching them at some point when I'm just like looking for like filler stuff, because sometimes it's just, you know, them asleep or looking at their phones. Other times it's Captain or Chicken and Andy having a massive fucking fight over anything and nothing. It's just insane. You never know what you're gonna get. You're always rolling that dice.
Yeah, or sometimes you'll see Gucci's getting the absolute shit beaten out of her by a couple of chicks. It's like, oh
Or
damn.
on the beach, yeah. Or you see a cop showing up for a wellness check for a piss Mike, or fucking oh god, what we know. She's been just trying to have sex on camera now a lot. Have you noticed that? She always like tries to fondle over Chicken Andy, and she's like, "I want to suck your dick," and then she gets very aggressive. Very, like, he can tell he doesn't want to do this on camera, and he's like, "You just did that. No, I want to do it again." Oh, this is
Crazy.
just some. See, incels, Chicken Andy can get some. If Andy Dick can get some, you can get some. You just have to find Gucci's.
Yeah, look, Ben, I've talked this with this. Ben's got this great idea, and I support Ben's ideas. I think that we need to get Miss Cheese here and the Cobes together. We need to get
She
Cobes.
said she would.
Exactly. That's why this must happen. I think there needs to be a concentrated effort. We're gonna. I think if several channels come together and work together, we could actually make this happen. And I think we should, because the universe is a chaotic place, and I think we need to contribute just a little bit.
Yeah. He might not want to leave Wyoming. He might want to leave Casper, but I don't imagine if he'd want to
Oh,
leave.
we'll just
Yeah, we'll get a hotel for them someplace, and then we can get Gucci's up there, and we can supply them with vast quantities of alcohol. We can just let the magic happen. We can have like a serenade of like, "Can you feel the love tonight?" coming in.
someone with a boombox standing outside and out the window. That'd be fucking perfect. Seriously,
Copes
but
would get angry because you're not using his music in the mixtape, and it's just his fart songs he thinks will serenader.
dude, if we should really make this happen. It'd be like really good sort of humanitarian work. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, we're trying to get Cobes laid. It's like, damn, that's very charitable of you. It's like, yes, it is, isn't it?
Did you watch this? Warlord crosses the line. They showed it on DP.
No, I've
Yeah.
seen this pop up. What happened? Let us.
Yeah, let us.
Enlighten me.
Yes. We'll watch the whole thing. Oh, I suppose I should chill a little bit, though. Thank you, Augusta, for helping out there. We have a stream goal. I don't have it up because I do like the whole minimalistic thing going on for coffee and chat. And we have this stream goal, and if you go over on Twitch, which I'll be streaming around about 5 hours from now. If you go and subscribe, not just follow, but become get a subscription now. It's currently on sale. You will be able to join us this Thursday over on Discord for the watch party. It was like Tucker and Dale versus Evil. I've never seen it, and I hear it's a fucking banger of a movie. So we're gonna be watching that. So if you guys subscribe over there. And of course, if you help out in any way, including just following or subscribing regularly over here, I will give you some arm curls because I've been really enjoying hitting the weights. It's been pretty great feeling my arm being able to get more and more resistance up because I had the noodliest of noodle arms. It was pure atrophied. I look like one of the background Titans on Attack on Titan with my shirt off. My arms look so... my torso is pretty big, regardless of the gut. But then I have these tiny little, these little, almost like pear... I had like a pear shape going on with my body. And I'm like, okay, I can barely even, make a fist without it hurting. So, yeah, I've been working it up. And it's been great. So anyone who does anything... Anyway, blah, gibberish. Onwards.
Happy Friday,
Wait.
you bastards. Courtesy of
Happy fucking Friday. What is that? What are you drinking? Mints. Oh my god, you're gonna be fucked up.
Schnapps, courtesy of Warlord Campbell, who now prefers to be called Sasha.
Look at that chin. That is a powerful chin.
That's the I do believe that some of those genetics went into Judge Dredd.
Some of those genetics probably went into a Habsburg or two as well.
Yes.
I'm sorry. So, wait. Can we elaborate on this for a second? So, Warlord, the guy who when you have a friend over, that's Warlord, right?
Yeah. He's been drinking.
He went from. He's Sasha?
As a he, she.
That's a slur, but okay.
Jim.
A he, she, yeah. He, she, it.
Do you think this is like a? Do you think he's being serious? Like he's really identifying? He's like just coming out? Are you?
Yes.
Did you see this coming?
So depressed.
Mm-mm.
He looks so uncomfortable saying this shit.
Well, as Anasika, which she assured me he isn't, I'm cool with it outside of that.
Is that Warlord talking in the background? Hey, Sasha, pipe down, sit down, pipe down, be quiet. I'm doing a show here, Sasha.
Telling a trans person to be quiet. Cancel.
All right, you ready? Minnie Manson.
So okay, well, got some more? Maybe some more? Possibly, buddy.
Yeah, here you go.
Here we go. Yeah.
Grab! It should have just spilt everywhere. Oh, a Warlord is so fucked up in this. I don't think they even know what the fuck they're saying, and it isn't just drink.
Going on here.
I brought the alcohol.
I know you. That was just giving you crap. Calm down. No, you know what?
Exactly.
You want to call yourself a male and identify as a...
Bessie.
Don't
Good
fucking touch
Bessie.
that.
Good Bessie.
Oh my god, dude. To be quite honest.
Whoa.
I just smoke because that was fucking retarded as fuck.
Yeah, we're on camera though, so...
I know.
Sasha.
He wants to fucking hit the crack pipe or the meth pipe.
God damn.
Cobes is like, yeah, no, that's probably a little bit too much. This dude who showed his fucking dick on camera, you know?
you go by Sasha now, right?
So what of it?
Okay. Well, can you get on camera so I can meet you formally? I would like to say hello to you. I don't know who you are. I was just kidding when I messaged or when I said that you were when I told you to shut up. I was joking and I apologize.
What the fuck?
Sasha doesn't even understand what they're looking at right now. Like they're like, why is that eyeball talking to me? Well, why is this mirror? What's this mirror doing? You know, whenever I get that level of fucked up, I'm just tired and I want to go to sleep. I mean, obviously I don't do crack or meth because I'm just not that cool. That's the only reason I don't do it, because I'm just not that cool. I don't deserve to do crack or meth. I don't deserve to do coke or heroin or anything, because I'm just really that uncool. And no other reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not cool enough to do heroin.
No. Bath salts can't. No. It's just. I just make a damn fool of myself. I would.
Okay. How
I'll
much
have to
have you had
stick
to
with
drink
weed and drink.
tonight, Sasha?
Sasha.
Saucer. No, you find out. Hey, bro.
And that's the whole
bro.
reason the punk movement started.
Hey, bro. Can I sit down in your house and smoke for a little bit without being judged?
Oh,
Well,
Jesus.
not on camera. No, you have to go outside for that. Cause like,
Oh, god damn, fucking, it's not. Hello, I haven't even had my fucking coffee this morning without a cigarette. You know, fuck. Can't even smoke shit. I just woke the fuck up. What the?
Yeah, Cobes, this is America. If Sasha wants to smoke some hardcore drugs on camera, they have the God-given right to do so. At least until the police arrive.
Yeah,
Then maybe not.
My only advice to Cobes at this point is don't go to sleep. Because if you do, you're going to wake up and your skull is going to be used as a bowl, and that man will be eating ice cream out of it.
You know, considering all the things that went through my mind, that might be the most pleasant outcome.
Fuck this shit. Oh god damn. Oh,
like I don't know who this
Yes,
fucking
but we're not judging him out loud.
they hadn't come out starting attacking me. I never would have judged them in the first place. You know, like
Cobes, your priority should be the junkie next to you right now, not pointing out that your trolls exist. You know, priorities need to switch.
okay, you're a female transitioning to a male and you're goth. Well, welcome to the goth community. I don't understand what
I'm
it's
not
like.
even goth. What the fuck?
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the asshole who's attacking me. Dude. And it's like, I don't go out of my way to attack people, but they love to attack me. It's like, dude, seriously?
I just feel like this is definitely a publicity stunt. I feel like this is a move.
I agree with you on that.
That is. What was that?
A cigarette. Give me a cigarette.
Yeah, I'll give you. Take a cigarette, dude.
I gotta get the fuck out of here. This shit is like impossible.
Yeah, go outside and have a cigarette and calm
I mean,
down.
if it's not impossible, it sure is fucking dumb and stupid as fuck. Holy shit, it's stupid as fuck.
Yeah, I got you, dude.
It's stupid as fuck. You wanna suck my dick off? It's back in 1990s.
It's Friday, dude. It's after 5 o'clock. You alright, dude?
Oh, Jesus. I actually feel sorry for them. Like, they clearly need to be in, like, detox. They've kind of gone a little bit... They partied a little bit too hard, and now they're just kind of... They should be in, like, some fucking flop house in a corner shivering as they're coming down, you know? They don't... Or if they want to, they should be someplace that's not on camera, because now the whole world gets to see just the high-end junkiness that you get. Not the fun type of junkie, but the real type of junkie.
Yeah, this is the part where you want to show your kids and go, this is the end of the road for your career in taking hard drugs. It's like, well, welcome to the end of the road. there it is, curled up on the next to Cobes. Like seriously, what? You can't end up in much of, and
The
I'm not having a
ODing
go at
and
Cobes.
freakouts aren't the terrible part. The part is that you're going to be hanging out with Cobes.
Yeah, well, you're doing it. You end your career at Cobes' place on a live stream. That's not the way to go out. There's
No.
there's there's better ways to go out. I'm just
Especially
oh,
because Cobes is so lazy, he won't move your body for days. It'll just be
they
there
won't
as you.
notify you. He will step over it. You'll get fucking garlic sauce dripped on you when he's fucking eating. He's pouring the 3 tubs of it onto a fucking pizza.
He'll
It's like,
pop you up there next to the puppet.
and he's and I'm gonna sound like such a massive asshole, but I may as well. In for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's gonna miss that fucking guy. To be quite honest, like, is anyone gonna look for him if he stops showing up?
I guarantee you there's someone who gives a fuck, but they've stopped trying because they deserve to have happiness too. Like
Yeah,
that's
no.
something very important about someone who like knows someone who's suffering through this. You have to try as hard as you can without it making your life miserable too. Because at that point, that's how enablers start, and you just let them do whatever the fuck they want, but you're always there to make sure they don't OD. Well, eventually they will OD. You're just prolonging it. Like just if they want to go to hell this way, try your best to reach out to them, but at a certain point, you owe it to yourself just to go, I tried, I'm done. And you're going to get people going, how could you abandon them like that? I've been trying for years. Or months, in some cases. Like, either way, you know when you know. And some people know it, and they honestly don't care. They're like, yeah, I'm going to burn out. Okay. I guess your brain is wired different than mine, because that doesn't seem like a good thing. But that's just like you owe it to yourself after a certain point to cut people out of your life. Especially because they'll start leeching off you. And that's how you wake up to find that your kid stole your refrigerator to buy meth,
Yep.
Or like you do have to cut them off at a certain point. But if you do love them, they need to hear the truth. You need to try for them. You need to try, but not indefinitely. There is a cutoff point, and you're not. If anyone yells at you for that, you can tell them to fuck off, because you tried more probably than they did. They probably allowed it. They're probably like, "Oh, isn't it funny? He's getting sick and pissing himself at the same time." Like,
Yeah. No, you're right.
yeah, like I've know this all too well. And you know what? If they're really willing to detox, they'll be glad you were there in your life. So they should take advantage of you while you have that level of sympathy. Um,
Yeah.
I've known.
People have got to hit rock bottom before they will get help, sadly. And there's an old song that just the lyrics come to mind. It's like, you can't help someone that's not willing to help themselves. You can try, but you just might waste your time.
Yep. And in the process, you'll be going down a really bad path too. I've known people who junkies have affected them in massively negative ways to the point where they themselves turn to substances. I know someone who had an eating problem because they just couldn't handle their partner's drinking, and they would just get absolutely, like, they'd stuff their face and their partner would just drink like pure vodka every day, and of course their partner eventually died. But in the process, and the person she'd always be like complaining, but then she'd always take them back. Like, complain all you want, but unless you're willing to put your foot down and go, nope, I'm done with you. Like, I need to live for myself. Like, you're just going to make your life miserable, and it's going to spread. It's going to spread until eventually you're the person that's barred from every pub around town. You're barred from a lot of family. They've blocked you. And eventually you're going to hear through the grapevine that somebody OD'd, or someone had a heart attack, or someone got arrested. And it's just, it's pure selfishness. This is what we mean, like, when it's selfish. I'm not hurting anyone. Well, you kind of are, most likely. You're not hurting it in the sense that if you take hardcore drugs, that alone is going to hurt someone. No, of course not. But it will trickle down given enough time.
Yep, absolutely. Listen, mate, I'll be back in a sec. Just going to go grab a drink from the kitchen. I'll be back in like 1 minute.
Okay, and when you do that, I'm going to get myself more coffee. So now, chat, now is the time for you guys to tell me how y'all doing before we go back into Cobes. How y'all doing? You doing good? You're doing fantastic. We're going to play some Fallout on Twitch after in less than 4 hours, and I will be listening to audiobooks and lore videos and perhaps even more lol cows. So be sure to pop over there. But I hope you're doing good, because I'm having a good evening. It's always nice to chat to people. Messing around with this thing that fell off my selfie stick. It's the little button you click to take a picture from it, but it never worked and it just fell off one day. And now it's kind of like a fidget spinner or like a fidget cube. I just keep clicking it. Fuck it, that's gonna drive me crazy. Into the cupboard you go. Yeah. Shabisky and John Morgan are going to be joining me this tomorrow with Krendar for Bearded Ramblings. We're going to be looking over the Queen. We're going to be looking over Shoe on Head's song. There's a few things I want to look over. And if you guys have any suggestions for the show tomorrow, post it in channel suggestions.
And I have returned.
Awesome. I'm going to hit play on this and you hold down the fort, because I've already seen this, so I'm going to get myself my coffee and I'll be back in a minute.
No worries, mate.
Oh, before I go, you can hear it okay, right? You can see it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's all cold as fuck when outside. Holy fuck.
Warlord, when did you start identifying with the female?
2015.
What can you like describe what that was like?
Hurtful.
I'm sorry to hear it, dude.
Gonna be when you transition to a female, are you gonna be a lesbian or are you gonna be or what's gonna be your preference in a mate?
I'm gonna find him, feel him, pick him, fuck him, and forget him. Okay? Same as always.
There you go.
What the fuck is this, bro?
This is Krista Roberts.
I woke up to this shit. What the fuck is this?
She's a friend of mine. She wanted me to stream with her. I was streaming with Krista.
Okay, can I stick my tongue up her ass? Is it okay?
Okay.
Wait, can you do what? Can you do what up my ass? What'd you
I
say?
asked if I can stick my tongue up your ass.
He's
No, God, no. Why would you want to do that? That's a shithole.
Why? Of course it's a shit. Oh, but I still want to stick my tongue up that ass.
He's drunk and pulling an Andrew Dice Clay.
Ah, joke's on you. Hey, you want to see my skirt?
Yes, oh my God, please, can we do a fashion show?
No.
No.
Not on my channel.
No.
Do it on your own channel, bro.
No, I'm not gonna show my skirt. You know why?
Why?
Cobes, you look like you're so exasperated right now.
Halloween party 2022.
22.
Red-eyed, bushy-tailed. Bring it on, bitch.
What is all over your shirt? Did you, what is this? Is this a stain? What is all of this all over your shirt?
That's grease from alcohol.
I'm sorry.
Dude,
Grease from,
I just woke up to this guy talking to you. Okay?
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm enjoying it. Because
Did you have a good nap, Sasha? Did you have?
What do you think of Sasha so far?
Life of the party.
Absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't want to be whatever party they're a part of, but you know, I'm sure they got a few laughs from other people.
Have a good
I-
nap.
I'm thinking Sasha's the sort of girl
Yeah,
you'd take home
Sasha,
to
did you have
meet
a
your
good
mum.
nap?
I'm sorry, who are you?
This is Crystal.
No,
Warlord.
no experience, it's not yours. Ah!
Hey, Sasha. Sasha.
Fucking calm the fuck
It looks
down.
like somebody's warming up. Are you gonna be mad at me if I poke a little bit?
Dude, don't fucking touch me, dude. Get off it.
I think he'll be pretty mad if Sasha pokes. And look, misgendering a trans again. The cancellation of Cobes continues. You know.
My
me,
God,
seriously.
Cobes, come on.
Yeah, this is current year argument. Come on.
Oh.
Fucking quit trying to touch me, dude. I've asked you nicely several times.
I was just poking around.
Okay, I don't want that.
I love how
Stop.
yeah, that's true. Absurd, yeah, all the way absurd sentient taco baby. Cobes dodging that like it was a bear. Yeah, like he's so freaked out about being even possibly misspotted as being gay. Like he's so freaked out. Like, oh God, you're mildly touching me. Oh, people will think I'm gay and I'll never get laid again. No, you probably won't get laid again, but I don't think it's because people think you're gay, buddy.
Dude, you're fucking drunk, dude. Easy up a bit.
I pushed your boy, didn't I?
Jesus Christ.
Ow. Ow.
Sasha.
No, he's not.
Is that upsetting you, Sasha? Is that why you're kind of like violating his boundaries?
No, he's just.
I'm just fucked up. Respirol.
Respirol. Apparently, he took Respirol and it caused him to grow boobs, and he sued them and won the lawsuit. And now his realignment surgery is paid for. Her words, not mine.
But
'Cause
do you know
that's how
how
that
it is
works.
for me to be dad 3 and be like, I'm not your dad.
Are you gonna have them call you mom?
They already called me mom.
Mr. Mom.
Mr. Mom.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute them really quick. Hey, Sasha, you need to learn to respect the boundaries, buddy. You can't keep on like getting all over him. We got.
I honestly think Sasha is just so wasted that like they're just falling over by accident, and then like, oh, well, I'm down here. Oh God, I actually had. I imagine you've had to deal with people like this before, like people so fucked up that they're just become utterly unlivable.
Yeah, yep.
I remember I was over in the States in Nebraska, and there was a friend of a friend who they just had recently acknowledged that there was something like they might be bi or whatever. So what did they do? They would get absolutely like fucking trashed and then start fondling every man nearby them. And as you can imagine, that doesn't endear you to a lot of people. In fact, it kind
No.
of does. It kind of does the opposite. It kind of puts people off you, especially people
Yeah.
who, you know, might have given them the benefit of the doubt and they kind of squandered it, like me, who was like, "Oh God, but I'm serious." Before I met them, I was like, "Oh God, that must be so strenuous right now," and they were like, "Yeah, just so you know, you might be a little bit off." They weren't fucking kidding. And he kept on like playing with the back of my head and being like, "Oh, come on, sit up with me," and I'm like, no, actually, I wouldn't feel comfortable sitting up with you. I'd be very like straightforward and being like, "No, actually, would you stop touching me, please? Thank you." And they're like, "Oh, you're just homophobic." No, obviously I'm not homophobic. Have you seen the people I hang out with? You're just being an asshole. And then they would go super quiet and then grumble and get moody. And then they forget about it because they just get more drunk. And you know what else? They then get in the car and drove out and got us all Taco Bell. Like, fucking hell, I would not get in. They asked if they want to get in the car with me. If I want to get in the car with them. Like, fuck no. Like, you're going to
No.
die.
Yeah, I'm not dying for Taco Bell. Fuck that.
Yeah, maybe Popeyes, but that's pushing it.
Yeah, something worthy. If it was a good like Mexican cantina that was down the road, and we're gonna get some food from there, it's like, that's actually worth risking my life for. But Taco Bell, no.
Gotta respect boundaries.
Yeah, it's kind of where we're,
Yeah, but you keep on doing it. You're making it so uncomfortable. It's making me uncomfortable. I'm at the edge of my seat. Keep your hands to yourself.
you're my friend too. And that doesn't make me feel comfortable.
That's some logic. They don't feel comfortable that Cobes doesn't feel comfortable that you're basically fondling him against his will, and that makes you uncomfortable because you're his friend. What?
I don't try and logic with the meth, dude. Just meth.
Just meth. That should be on the name of like a 90s t-shirt. Just meth it.
Okay? Okay?
Are you gonna cry? I feel like maybe Warlord's on his period.
He's not gonna cry. It's just he's transitioning into a female, so his hormones are out of whack, and you know how that goes.
Hey, get the hell off of me!
Look how skinny Sasha is in comparison to Warlord's to Cobes' giant ass fucking like head with his huge ass jaw. Like
Damn!
Okay,
You are my friend, bro.
I appreciate that. It's good touching me.
I was just saying, as a male, masculine way of hugging you.
Just a little bit. You're gonna make him fucking come out of his skin. You gotta respect boundaries, honey.
No, if he tells me,
Oops, call the police.
Cobes, end the stream and have a genuine fight with them. I know confrontation sucks, but you gotta be an adult here and be like, no means no, fuck off. Like, dude, you don't need to record every angle of your life. Unless you're a part of IP2, then it's kind of required.
It's in the contract.
Maybe you should eat something.
I'd love to read that contract. What's required?
Dude, you can't be talking about how horny you are and then be like falling all over
Must
Cobes.
OD at least once every 6 months. You can pass this responsibility on to the following people. This is Andy Dick's name underneath.
Oh, imagine what Andy Dick's contract would be like. Must come up with insane song called Shampoo Witch. It's just like, and he did. So Andy Dick
Must
is
get
the most
arrested
creative-
for sexual assaults at least twice a year. Must get beaten up by crackheads once a season.
be held against his will in a house somewhere where he doesn't know where he is for a few days by a very angry man who says, "Don't touch my stuff" a lot, and then brandishes firearms. It's like, oh, fucking fuck.
I love the idea of what Billy had of just putting every incel into a house together and film it like Big Brother. So Cobes, Howard Clark III, Marshall the Fourth, what's his name? Lucas Werner. Like put them all into this house and just like occasionally have people show up who was gonna like throw shit for the win, like Gucci showing up and offering to fuck them all, you know. And she should show up in like the most like ridiculous over the top like hooker outfit, like this fishnets and like the mini skirt, with the little tiny handbag.
What if we did? We just rip Big Brother off, but we get
big
the
incel,
worst.
big incel
just-
or whatever.
Yeah, not just incels, but I mean all the lol cows. So just go across YouTube and find
The
in each
Lonsterer
community,
house, the Lonsterer house.
yeah, and have people like Adrastia in there and James Robert Clark III and Love Notes. Oh, he's a
Gail.
fucking great one.
Gail should have her own sort of like tower house room.
No. Gail's the MC. She's the announcer. She's watching over the proceedings and injecting her own reality on top of everything else just to give us that double fucking layer of holy fucking shit. Not only are we getting
like a
these
football
live
announcer has like a little headphones with a little mic.
Yeah.
And picture in picture, you know?
Yeah. And it's just oh my God, I'm just imagining this fucking show where it's just like Big Brother with all the shitty YouTube fucking lol cows with Gail and what we'll pick someone else to sit next to Gail so they can color commentate the whole fucking thing. And Gail's color commentary will have nothing to do with what's being seen on the fucking screen. She's just going to come up with her own shit about the Church of Gail and fucking Brett Spiner and start rolling down that fucking road. And it's going to be the best goddamn thing you've ever seen.
It'll be Battlecam 2.0. Yeah, like, oh fucking hell, this would be brilliant. I honestly, like, considering how everyone hates each other on the internet, I really doubt most of these people would, and some of them aren't. Like, if you had Trumpster Bob there, obviously he'd be on board for that.
He's
if there
in.
Was, oh, he'd so be in. But only
Emo
if there
Wolf's
was
in.
like, oh god, the Emo Wolf would be the first to go.
Dark Side Phil.
He'd start...
Dude, you fucking, we'll see. You
No,
want
he
to do a
wouldn't.
fucking list of names.
He'd demand like top billing and shit like that.
Well, here's the thing, though. This is how we make it happen. We just fucking give them whatever. Let's just say money's not a problem. So look, Netflix have put money into projects that would be way worse than this. Well, they have for a fact. We know this for a fact. So imagine if Netflix went, you know what? We're behind this. Here's a couple of million for production. All we have to do is throw fucking. Probably Dark Side Phil would want decent money, but the rest of them would probably settle for fucking goddamn chicken feed.
Oh god, Gail and Keem.
You are a genius,
yeah.
right? Keem Stars Hyde. We're gonna have to pay Keem because Keem's actually a pretty legit fucking shrewd businessman who's got he's not a dumb fuck.
He'd be kind of the straight man, and Gail would be kind of like the one out there. We should have like people show up who are like special guests. People like Joe. People like Ricky Burke should show up for a few episodes.
Yeah, Ricky will be a fucking goddamn. He'll be the dude out in the field. So we'll send Ricky into the house to interview the fucking house guest.
Oh, we should give him like his own specialized scooter that has like a bunch of flags and crazy ass horns.
Oh, it's gonna have Reese's Pieces launches on it, so he can launch Reese's Pieces.
He should be
as
the
an effective
taskmaster.
weapon.
He should like be the one setting them goals. Like,
Yeah.
if you want to eat this week, you gotta go through the tunnel of trolls, where they have
And
to
he does
go
it
through the
just
troll tunnel,
yeah.
and the worst of their troll.
And he said, and you've got to crawl through here to get to the good. And does that fucking cackle?
He shows them how to do it, and he goes through the tube, and he can go super easy because it's designed for him.
And he drools everywhere as he's crawling through, mashing in Reese's Pieces
and
into
then
his
imagine
saliva.
like Wings of Redemption tries to follow him, and he's just like a big.
Wings is in. Wings of Redemption, you're in. Send him an invite.
There's so many that we could almost have like two houses competing for like one goal. I don't know what that goal would be.
We could have a house in every continent. We could probably have a house in every fucking state in America, let's be honest. And we'd probably need 5 in fucking Florida.
12 in California. It would be its own league, its own championship, its own World Cup.
I think we've stumbled across quite possibly the best idea that YouTube could ever fucking hear. So I don't care at this point. If someone steals the idea and makes this happen, I'll work for you. Fuck it.
Yeah. You want some regional like announcer, or some commentator? Yeah. I'm fucking down. Your people call my people. I'll work for a couple of mid-strength IPAs. You know. I'm fine.
Yeah.
But this shit could just be fucking brilliant. And you know what the thing is? Cobes would have some of the top billing. He'd be he'd get like his face on the billboards. he would be high up there. So I don't know why Cobes wouldn't be on board. It'd be a great place to plug his music, great place to maybe get another documentary going. It'd be a great place to meet women. And all the alcohol and food would be paid for.
My God,
we need
imagine
them drunk.
Imagine eviction nights. Oh, it'd just be the best.
Emo would have to get the law brought on him. The police would drag him off. And probably long before that. He'd be like the first Big Brother.
Modular stick, motherfucker! I fucking kill you,
He just to try to threaten them. He just takes his pants, his like underwear off, and he's just like shoving his dick around.
Oh, dude, Ben showed me some emo yesterday while I was on tap for a while. I've never really watched much of his shit, and I haven't watched that much of Gale shit. It's like there are two universes that I need to deep dive, and one is Gale. Gale, I don't know who's running the show. If Gale's the genius behind all of it, or whether there's folks off camera that are just making this all happen.
Zach Knight. I used to have such a hatred for Zach Knight because I honestly thought they were like Kiwi farming her. But I think the only reason Gail is still alive is because of Zach. So I might give...
Someone's looking after her, obviously, and making sure that it doesn't look like she's starving to death.
No, not only that, but like he helped write the tenets of Gail, and one of the first things is for her to take her medication.
Right. Well, see that it's good to like. I don't feel so bad going, oh man, what I did on Ben's show yesterday, because I've made the assumption that someone behind the scenes is making sure that shit's getting taken care of. So she's got quality of life, and she's got, she's able to do all this stuff on YouTube, and she's still doing it. And she's been, I think Ben looked, it was 11 years now she's been doing this stuff for.
Right.
Which is great. Like, for someone to have this outlet and be functional, somewhat functional, and have a
I do still feel bad for Brent Spiner, though. He is generally scared of her. Like,
can you fucking blame
no.
him? Like,
in fact,
some of the early shit is like, God damn, lady, you really want to do things to that man's pee-pee.
All right, I've got a story to tell you. Long before YouTube, long before anything like that, I watched a Next Generation documentary of like the cast and crew of like the main names. Some interesting stuff, but it also show like their houses. It would do like an early sort of like cribs thing where they just show like the memorabilia and such. Natasha Yar's actress was very interesting. Someone drew painted this absolutely glorious picture of her and Data fucking in that episode where all their inhibitions went, and she dressed up in that beautiful ball gown thing, and she had nowhere to put it in her house at the time, so it was just nestled in the garage next to her hockey equipment. But which I thought was kind of lame because then the water's going to destroy it. But the thing is, Brent Spiner told a story of he actually had to get into someone from the police department called in, and apparently there was a woman who was like threatening to jump off a bridge because because Data wouldn't talk to her, so he had to put on character and talk her down from committing suicide. And the thing is, it was Gail.
Holy
yes.
fuck.
And this is how long Gail's been. Like, Gail probably in the 80s and 90s saw Data and something just snapped in her brain and she saw this shit. And here I was, this fucking teenager, watching this documentary on one of my favorite shows at the time, and I had no idea that decades later I'd be like tangentially involved in a massive sort of community that is watching this crazy person. Because I always remembered Brent Spiner saying it was insane how this character has affected people. And then he told the story of this woman he had to talk down to from committing suicide as Data. And then, of course, he was on that stage the one time, and this person was like, so what's your thought on Gail Cord Schuler? And everyone laughed, and he just said, she's a very sympathetic and tragic person. She's also very ill, and I ask people not to support her. Which, on his case, I can't really blame him from saying that. From him looking in, it must look like people are like, yeah, Gail, go over to Brent's house. Yeah, Gail. You know, like, no, we would not want her to do that for a whole bunch of reasons, you know?
What she's doing now is a nice balance. She still gets to play in her fucking reality that she's created for herself, but she doesn't get to go around to Brett's house and fucking boil a rabbit, if
She
you know
doesn't
what I
think
mean.
that Brett on stage and Brett whenever I keep calling him Brett,
Brent.
Brent, uh, whenever he's on interviews or on a TV show or a movie, that's actually not him. That's his evil Jesuit clone. That explains how he remarried. That explains how he will say the occasional bad thing about her. That will explain why she never does the things that uh, she wants him to do, and that explains how he ages. Because in her mind, he doesn't age, which is very tragic when you think about it. But yeah, and according to Ben and Billy and all them, whenever they have it, they've actually talked to her on a numerous occasions. She's actually a very lovely woman who can be very like straightforward and direct. But then at a moment's notice, she'll talk about like all these crazy like things that she talks about, and she honestly does believe it. There's no divide, you see. There's no divide from reality and Bizarro Land to her. It's just the two overlap. Remember, she used to think that she could control the weather and shit like that. So whenever she
Yeah.
was disproven, like, oh, this is going to go and strike down this thing, she just creates a new narrative in her head. There's no idea that what she's saying is insane or incorrect. And that's how you know there's something genuinely wrong with her. But she's not hurting anyone except maybe making a little bit of a fool of herself. But every time I get too drunk on camera, I'm making a little bit of a fool of myself. Every time
Oh, mate.
someone gets
How many
shocked on
times?
DP, they make a little bit of
How
fool
many
of
times have
themselves.
I flipped out over something that's utterly just not worth even getting remotely upset about on Pimp Show over the years? Just,
Yeah.
shits and giggles. But
And you've
the
come a
good
long
thing is,
way. When I first watched the Pimp's show, I didn't like you. I thought you were a little bit of an edge lord at the time, and I'm so
I
glad
was
to be
just
wrong.
angry, dude.
Hmm.
Just fucking angry and bipolar and fucking sad that my dad died and just had a, he's
We
had a
all
really
grieve.
bad,
We all adjust.
well, I had the worst week. This is what happened on this week. So Sunday morning, I had a big Saturday night. So Sunday morning, I'm being woken up way too early by someone who will not fucking leave my front door. I ignored it for like 5 minutes, and I finally get up and I'm ready to punch whoever the fuck's there. Open the door. It's my stepmom. What's going on, stepmom? Your dad died. I'm like, oh shit, bugger. Then my dog died the next day,
Fuck.
and then I had to move house the day after. And that just really took a toll on me. And it took me until a little, fairly recently to start really getting over it. Not an excuse. It's just had a chip on my fucking shoulders, man. And I'm glad I stowed that shit because I'm getting to know people now, hanging out with fucking you, Krenda, Ben, all these fucking cool folks that I used to go, "Meh," and they probably didn't want to have anything to do with me, and rightly so, because I was a cranky cunt. Still get angry about shit, but
As well, you should. There's things to be angry about.
fun. Yeah, there's plenty of shit to get angry about, but you've also got to recognise that I've met a bunch of fucking wonderful people, like all the PP, August, all the folks that I talk to in chats and discords and that, all these wonderful fucking people, and I get to watch all of these cool shows like you and Krendar doing your shows, Mrs. Parker, Black Guy TV. There's just so many people that I just love hanging out watching. Grampy Lobster's another one. Love watching his
I
live
need to get
streams.
into him. I know the name. I've seen him on other people's shows. I've yet to actually.
He's fucking legit cool, dude. I don't mind watching his shit. There's so many people, and Pimp too. King Weirbeard. I've just been really, and I've met people like fucking like Lennon. I hang out with Lennon. That doesn't get much cooler than that. You get Galen's another one, like fucking gigantic fucking lumpy brain motherfucker that dude is.
True.
Um, and I'm getting to know Ben. Ben's a fuck legit cool man. Like, got great. He's got great taste in music. He fucking knows some dudes from War, and they're one of my favorite bands. So yeah, I'm just life's about having a bit of fun. And I was taking shit way too seriously for way too long, and I I had a little conversation with myself. I said, why don't I just shut the fuck up, and calm the fuck down, and try not being a cunt. So that's what I'm doing. I'm trying not to be a cunt. It's
That's
that
fine.
simple.
The fact that we keep bringing you back means that obviously you're doing something right. It has been really cool to see, and I actually do see a lot of something I recently have had to do. I went to therapy for a month or two after my after had a bad breakup, and I also had just a lot of things going on in my mind at once, and I went to it, and at the end of it, I felt fantastic, and a good chunk of that was just acknowledging my own rage. I'm a very angry man. I'm very quick to anger, and a lot of it has to do with just like the cards have been dealt in my life, and certain things going on in my life, and goals reached and not reached, and yeah, you just have to keep things in context, you know, like for yourself, no one else, just yourself, and once you do that for yourself, like you'll become more pleasant to be around. You'll become more enjoyable to be around, which then will
Yep.
radiate. It's the reverse of this Sasha person. You know, like no one wants to be around someone like that except for people like that. So if you're a good person, if you're like upbeat and fun and considerate, and keep things in context, you'll end up having a much more like nicer experience all around every day. I mean, I've been losing tons of weight, and I couldn't have done that. The reason I put on the weight was because I was depressed. I'm taking it off because I don't feel depressed now. You know, um, I'm looking forward to all the trips we got next year. I've got tons of great things going on, and a good chunk of that is just like mindset. Like you said, it's just you gotta keep yourself. You gotta be honest with yourself. That's another thing, which acknowledges like your own faults and flaws. A lot of people we make fun of don't acknowledge their flaws. Cobes really doesn't acknowledge the things that hold him back are his own doing. There's no outside force. There's no like group of people who keep him down. He'd probably say the trolls are the main reason you live the way you live. Like they're the ones that give you the money. They're the ones that donate the food. They're the ones that join your Patreon. And they're also the reason you go and subscribe. But he'll say that, oh, they're the ones keeping him down. No, it isn't. It's your mindset that keeps you down. And he's going to end up never reaching any of his goals, even the more realistic ones, like finding someone who cares for him. Which is so tragic, but it's all his mindset. And there are some people who just, they're just assholes. They're just pieces of shit. The Andrew Tates in the world, overcompensating to the point where any sympathy goes out the window. And their problem isn't going to be that they won't have money or success. It's that they're going to treat people like trash and ruin lives. So
Yep. No, you're right. One thing I've been trying to do lately, and it sounds a bit silly, but where I live, I look around me and I live in a very affluent part of Australia where there's some rather fucking well-off people. And sometimes, because I've been on a disability pension for years, I never built up a massive nest egg. I inherited a house, and like I'm not struggling, but I don't have the disposable income that some people do to go and buy a jet ski or a big screen TV or a new computer whenever I feel like shit. I gotta save up for that shit. And I used to start. I was feeling a bit resentful for a while, but then I've watched some YouTube vids, and you realise a great deal of the population of this planet doesn't even have fucking electricity or running water or a fucking toilet or plumbing or access to a doctor or anything like that. I am living a life of absolute fucking luxury compared to the vast majority of the humans on this planet. And I can have a really big, nice, juicy, hot fucking steaming bowl of shut the fuck up, you entitled prick, and be fucking grateful for what you got. So you know what I've done now? I've started working in my garden, and I'm going to grow some fucking vegetables and get back to basics. And you know what? The last 2 weeks I've been digging up this tree root system. oh my fucking God. Getting a workout every day, dude. But it's really fulfilling shit just getting back to basics. It's like, I never thought I'd get so much out of growing a fucking tomato plant, but I'm thoroughly enjoying the experience of growing some corn, tomatoes, capsicums, celery, that shit. It's just,
I've
and
never heard a single person say it was wasted effort to try to grow something.
it's fucking great. It's so rewarding, dude. I'm growing this glass gem corn, it looks like a Christmas decoration, but you can't eat it.
I've
It's
I've
just
seen it.
decorative.
It's like the old Native American ones, and it
Yeah,
comes in
yep.
like spectrum of like a prism in the right light. It's beautiful looking.
Yeah, dude. And you can pick it and keep it and store it and do all sorts of, or you can actually use it and make cornmeal out of it. So my plan is to hopefully get enough of it so I can do just one magical batch of rainbow tacos or something. Just do something weird, make tortillas or something silly with it. But yeah, getting back to basics and trying to lighten the fuck up and try not to be a cunt. That's just my basic motto now. And I also have to thank people like Pimp and Landon who've spent many years now giving me feedback and thanks to Pimp I think I made a fair bit of progress. So thank you, John, and thank you, Landon. I don't know why you wasted your time, but you did, and I'm grateful.
You're very lucky to have both of them because they will never bullshit you.
No,
Oh,
that's
oh
that's
yeah.
the thing. That's one of my big things is I can't stand bullshit. I just instantly become vitriolically fucking.
No matter how hard
I,
the criticism, always give it, because they
dude,
owe it. You owe it to the person.
look, Pimp taught me many things, and he taught me this one saying: "Fair weather friends." Pimp ain't no fair weather friend, dude. Me and him have been through some stormy shit and yelled at each other and told each other to go fuck ourselves several times, but give each other a chance to come down. It's usually me that's got to do the fucking calming down 99% of the time. Um, Go back, get some feedback, make some adjustments. Like I used to have one of my big problems. This is one of Pimp's finest moments. Is he pulled me up one of those. He's one of your problems, Steve. No consistency. All right. He says you've got depending on the individual, you'll let certain individuals get away with bloody murder, and other individuals, if they say the wrong fucking word, you will just jump on them like a ton of bricks. He says stop having these different fucking rule sets for you got to have one rule set for everybody. Come on, man. Anyway, I went, you're all right, Pimp. Fuck you, you fucking son of a bitch, and went off and made some serious and that was the start of the personality rebuild. That was a while back, but it's been it's not finished by any long. I don't think I'll ever finish it, but I'm gonna try and be better than I was yesterday. And when I say better, try not to be a cunt.
I,
That's what it all boils down to is try not to be a cunt. Because this planet is a fucking meat grinder and it can be miserable most of the time. So random act of kindness once a day, I'll try and do that too, whether it be an earthworm, an ant, or a person. There you go. My stupid philosophy for the day.
it's a pretty I wouldn't say it's stupid. I'd say that if everyone had it, a lot of our problems in this world would be far less. Um, hold on. The last of the hay fever is kicking in right now, so at
Oh,
chewing.
I'm looking
Hold on.
forward to the spring. Spring is springing around here. The days are getting longer and the pollen's about to fucking do the drop. Oh, and the other thing too is my grass in Australia turns into a natural landmine fucking field. Have you ever come across bindies?
Bindies.
Imagine a tiny little thing that looks like the garnishing of parsley. But it's only a couple an inch or two tall off the grass, but it's seeds. How do you think they attach to things? With a Velcro-like mechanism? No, fuck that. Needle sharp spikes that stick into your fucking foot when you
Oh,
walk on the pricks. It's bindi season in Australia, and guess what my lawn is full of? There's more bindi than fucking grass. Got to spray. And I waited too long for this summer, so I'm a bit. Here's what it does to it nearly burglar proofs your house from drunken barefoot people. No one can steal your shit unless they're wearing shoes.
true.
Imagine
Fuck,
just having mini cactus all over your lawn.
natural caltrops, you know.
Yeah, dude, they're bastards.
Um, no, I've found that over the years that if you keep things in context, that's the main thing. Because there's lots of things to get angry, righteously angry at, in this world.
Yep,
But
absolutely, dude.
especially if you can channel it into something productive. Um, like take say whenever I'm feeling down, I eventually just narrow down my expectations. If I'm really feeling glum, if I go and brush my teeth for the day, I go to bed thinking, well, at least I brushed my teeth that day. You know, some
Yeah,
people
dude.
don't. Some people don't even do that. And here's actually a thing. I know we know a lot of stoners, like real hardcore stoners. There are some people who get defensive when they're like, I just want to sit and smoke weed all day. That's not really beneficial for you, buddy. That's like replace the weed with drink. Replace the weed with just screaming online. And sometimes people do all three. But like you can combine it. Like for example, wake up and do some pick up the clothes that have been lying on your floor for about 2 weeks, Jared, and then pop it into the fucking wash, pop it even into the basket, which then go into the wash, and then you've done something more than if you didn't. But if you go wake up and you get fucking stoned and spend all day just getting stoned until you're eventually too high and too lazy and too sad, and you go to sleep, well then that is kind of a wasted day because you didn't even have fun doing it because you're still depressed. But if you can't get rid of the depression right away, which of course you can't, that's not how depression works. Um, you can still say you did something useful. Like no matter how depressed I am, I still try to do some basic like stretches or whatever. Especially after I got my sciatica on my leg. Oh fuck! I need to keep active. And in many ways, I'm actually glad I did. Too bad it took me a sciatica to actually justify it. But it's
Yep.
like there's so many things you can do to make the world better. Especially when you're young, this is something that should be taught in school. Like just the idea of like keeping context, like uh, keeping things in perspective. You know, the rise of incels and alt right for like young men is terrifying. Why? Because they've been reading up online about all these girls who reject men and want this particular type of men, and that's why you should like rebel against it. But in reality, that's not how dating works. Or the economy, you know, like oh, I heard that if you give people a UBI, it's going to basically be on par with communism. No. Where did you read that? Oh, I saw it here. They never bother to check their sources. They never bother to look back. They never bother to think about, like, is there actually a secret Jewish cabal that rules the world? No, of course not. No, instead they go, yes, because it's easier than me to think that something's holding me back. Like what I said with Cobes. Cobes thinks that there's this magical force holding him down. He's the only thing holding them down. It's the same with all these conspiracy nuts, all these right wing lunatics. They don't realize that a lot of these problems can be fixed, and those who can't be, there are things that cannot be fixed individually. I can't snap my fingers and stop climate change, but I can do my part. I can, especially now with the bloody increase in bloody energy bills. I do what I
Yeah,
can to keep
dude.
the yeah.
You absolutely. I walk to the shops now. Now that I've moved house from, I used to live like 20 minutes drive from the shopping centre. Now I live 5 minutes walk. I bought a demonstrator ute 3 years ago or 4 years ago when I moved in, and I've only put 27,000 kilometers on that car in 3 years because I just fucking walk everywhere. And 10,000 kilometers on that car would put on there by my missus. You know,
Hmm.
it's just, but you're right. The thing about small changes, I've worked that out. Is if you don't go for a bunch of changes all at once because you're just setting yourself up for an epic fucking fail, and then you'll sit around going. And I did that for 10 years. I went through this cycle of I'm gonna fucking change and try and do all of this shit all at once and fucking fail. And then watched some stuff on YouTube and got some different perspectives on things. And one of the things was from all channels, Logic. I watched this one video and he talked about stuff. He said, just do fucking small things like you said, putting the washing in instead of just leaving it on the floor, pick it up, put it in a basket or in the washing machine, and you do that one change, and then the next day you might stack another change on, or wait a few days, get that change to stick. And over a few months, if you do these little bits, I've gone from looking at this front garden for the last 2 years to in 2 weeks, I've removed the tree root, removed all of the old plants, dug up most of the old shit soil, done 3 truckloads of fucking dirt to a tip, shoveled all of this shit by hand, getting a really good fucking workout.
Yeah.
But
And it feels
you
like when
just
you do relax and you do like have
you
yourself a really
fucking
nice
earned
meal.
it.
Exactly. Which you know, that's the root cause of like a hard day's work for honest pay and shit like that. Well, there is a level of truth to it. Like, have you ever heard of those? Oh, and by the way, Wade, yes, he is known. We learn about our Irish myths in school, in primary school, which is when we're like really young. Cuchulainn is Cuchulainn, Finn McCool, and Queen Maeve are the three main ones we have. But the have you ever heard of this group? It's like the anti-work union and or anti-work association. They're mostly these kids who, like I said, like are a bunch of like stoner kids who just don't want to work at all. Period. For any reason, they believe in the future machines and communism or socialism or anarchism or whatever will just make no one need to do anything that they don't want to do. Now, that's not how anything worked ever before or will in the future. Even if we reach a sort of an anarchist utopia where we're all living in communes, everyone's still going to have to pull their weight. Everyone is still going to have to wake up in the morning and farm the field, or work to be a craftsman, or prepare food, or even being an artist. I know tons of artists who can't stand putting their stylus to the tablet. Some days, other days they can. It really depends on the context. But you can't just leech. So I think it wasn't Tucker Carlson. It was another big right winger. They had their spokesperson on a show, and this 17-year-old in a messy room, a sort of week old hoodie on, came on and was like, I just don't think I have to do anything I don't want to do. And I'm just thinking, he was the worst possible person you could have brought on. Because you could have been like, yeah, I think that we all deserve a fair wage for what we get, and then go on to like a sort of idea of a UBI and unions and things like that. Instead, they were just there like, I want to sit on the ground and complain all day.
Yeah, well,
Fuck off
that
with
gets
that
nowhere.
shit. That gets you nowhere. That makes you feel worse. I love that line from Cold Mountain. They made the weather, and now they're going, oh shit, it's raining. Like, you're going to fucking always have to do something. So why not do something that's beneficial to you? Ignoring paychecks, I'm talking about coming home. I know so many people whose lives consist of the following, especially in America. They wake up, they go to work, they come back, they're too tired to do anything but play video games and go to sleep. And then they repeat the process over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And they get more and more ground down. Their dreams of whatever they wanted to do go out the window. Then you go back to the fucking 90s, and what did work people do? They would come back home and they'd watch TV. And it was the same principle.
Yep.
The system is grinding them down. And they get more and more jaded. What's the point of voting? My vote doesn't matter. They start thinking, oh God, the system's always got to be broken. So you've got then two people, one who give up, or two, we need action now by killing off all the rich people. No, on both fronts. You gotta fucking, just like making yourself feel better by little things each day, increasing them, you've gotta do little things each day to increase the betterness of everything. Like this is shit I learned from Vosh, but also just things I learned in my day-to-day life. Like if I just do things, if I do a lot of things throughout the day, it's great. But if I can't, even if I do one thing, I wash the plates in the sink. I go and wash them, or even just put them into the damn machine. Mindset. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I had that mindset when I was in my teens. A lot of people do. Teenagers in particular are so prone to depression and morbidity. Like it's just. But the thing is, they're also very prone to being very proactive. When I see a bunch of kids around here, they're always doing something. They're always going off to playing sports, or they're helping out in their community, or they're just meeting up to hang out. But here's the thing: I live out in the countryside. You go to Dublin, and I can tell you, my youth, we used to hang out around shops with no money in our pockets and just stare off in the middle distance. And that's where you get the whole CCTV nanny state UK vibes from, because eventually the kids would get bitter and they'd start heckling people coming in and out of the shops, and then the police would have to be called, and it's a self-destructive cycle. Like everything is just ruined by that mindset. You gotta do something every day. And do stuff you want to do. Like you started planting shit. You started to fix up the like get rid of that root system. Me, I love learning stuff. I love learning stuff, and I've discovered that YouTube is the ultimate well of knowledge. It is just full of everything. A lot of bullshit too. So this is a good place to start off. Start off with fictitious lore. You want to learn about Lord of the Rings and Star Wars? Oh, you're going to learn about Lord of the Rings and Star Wars.
You want to list Warhammer? Holy shit! I never touched Warhammer, and then I watched what was Brother Alpha Boosa and the fucking God, the Emperor gets a text-to-speech device because it's tongue-in-cheek.
We've had Naira on this show once or twice on Bearded Ram. Actually, on this show. Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, episode the one prior was Alkai Naira, the one from 40K Theories. She's so nice. She's so friendly. She's getting married, I think. Actually, I think last month she got married. Yeah, so she's been a busy lady, but once it cools down, we're gonna have her back on. She's so fun. Last time she was on Bearded Ramblings, she was shit-faced. She just come out of a party. so interesting. Former ballerina, that one. Would tell some crazy ass stories, but and that's another thing. One thing I did, I wanted to improve the podcast rather than just having 4 or 5 the same guests over and over again. I started reaching out everywhere, and for every one person who would say no or just would ghost, Naira was a great example of someone who just turned around and go, "Oh, I'd love to be on your show sometime." And I was like, "Okay, I wasn't expecting that." It made me feel pretty great. It made me feel like something was getting done. But yeah, like 40K lore is just brilliant. I go to sleep now listening to a guy called Grimdark Narrator. He has a very German... Oh, you know him?
Grimdark Narrator?
Yeah.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
I listened to his Gothrix and Felix novels. Yeah. I
can't pin his accent. I'm not sure.
I think it's Dutch.
From an Asian country?
I think
it's Dutch. Okay.
Yeah, I think that is. Welcome back. Fucking Border Prince. A Border Prince. He has some great shit. Luton has some fantastic shit. Of course, 40K Theories. And you know what? I hate to say it because he is a piece of shit human being. But Arch Warhammer knows his Warhammer. Well, he's just Arch now. He's not allowed to call himself Warhammer.
Yeah, no, I've watched his shit. He's that's the dude that likes to lean to the right a wee bit.
Hardcore right. So I wouldn't hold anyone against it. If you want an equivalent who is like just as good, but actually if not better, try Oculus Imperialis. Oh, his fucking voice is so pretty. I'll actually play one of his things right here. He's an Irish guy out of he's living in Vancouver now. Oculus Imperialis, but he plays as a scribe. He plays as a character. He's a scribe in the Imperium, and listen to this voice. It's so pretty. Skip by this.
It is the calling of many of our race to seek the truth, to discern verity from the ever-shifting morass of universal mysteries, has ever preoccupied both the greatest and lowliest minds of humanity since the days when we simply gazed at the stars from the ancient ground of old Earth. Each of us, in our own way, is an explorer upon this path, as each of us endeavors to see things as they truly are, and to make sense of our own place in the grand workings of reality. Why this insistent, relentless urge? Our abiding concern for what is real leads us to question constantly, to explore ceaselessly, and is seemingly an integral part of the human condition, a longing for comprehension, a hunger to make sense of what is.
Like, that is just, I can listen to that man talk for hours. He keeps in character as someone from the Imperium, like a high-born Imperial, so he always sounds very sort of incredibly flowery. And he never talks about something that isn't known to to like someone of his station. So he never like just he never goes out of character. It's so great. And this is like one of like several people like him. Hell, a lot more. Naira, whenever she's playing a character, is another good example of that. But that's just Warhammer. You don't like Warhammer? Star Wars, Grizzly, Eckhart's Ladder. There's another guy. The Templin Institute's also really great. Have you ever heard of them?
Yep, yeah, I watched. They do a bunch of stuff that's sci-fi related on ship stats and all of that. I
Stardock.
kind of like all that.
Have you ever? That case, you probably know Stardock as well. He goes in.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Stardock was an associate. I think it's actually done by an aircraft designer, but he breaks down fictitious a space dock. That's the one. Here's High Charity, for example. It's so matter of fact. But I think he worked for, like, he's a freelancer for Boeing and shit, so he knows his shit. Oh, he's also involved in The Expanse. I know that. I know he was brought on as a consultant for The Expanse.
For thousands of years, the multi-species religious hegemony known as the Covenant ruled over a large portion of the Orion Arm. They were the most powerful civilization since the fall of the Forerunners, and there was no greater symbol of their might than the gigantic holy city of High Charity. Construction of the vast edifice began shortly after the Writ of Union between the Sanshayam and Sangeli to serve as the spiritual and cultural hub for the newly formed Covenant. It was designed by Master of the Hearth Laka Mowai of the first assembled choir of builders, and manufactured in orbit around Tulukatho, where a Forerunner Fortress-class vessel had been discovered previously. Assembly of the megastructure was undertaken by an array of mobile foundries called the Supernal Chorus, building around the near-indestructible Forerunner ship, which became known as the Spine of the Gods. The numerous systems of the Great City to Be were added to one end.
Look, and it gives you like all the stats and everything. It's brilliant.
Of the spine, then surrounded and protected by the skin of the First Worlds. This was a great rocky hemisphere, hundreds of kilometers across, giving the great vessel the appearance of a mushroom. The first part of this hemisphere was made from a segment of Janja Quam, the homeworld of the prophets themselves, which began the tradition of including materials from the homeworlds of every member species who joined the Covenant. The entire shell was further protected by an energy shield known as Pleon's Gaze, named for the moon whose minerals powered it. Within the Great Dome lay the vast holy city that became the capital of the Covenant. Everything was built in the ornate aesthetic of the prophets, filled with colours and shapes designed to evoke awe and worship among its denizens. High Charity held everything it needed to fulfill.
Alright, so yeah, they do like all these fictitious spaceships and occasionally real aircraft and spaceships. It also breaks down like little things like the ranking systems, or what combat in space would be like. Like there's a span to it. But if you remember the Templin Institute, the female narrator.
Yep.
She went off to do their Space Dock created a audio drama, I think on Audible for a while, and she's one of the actresses in it. Yeah, like it's all interconnected. It's brilliant. And of course, if you want Star Trek, you've got like lore remaster and stuff like that. If you want Lord of the Rings lore, you've got tons of stuff there. Like wherever it is, it's there, and that's what I'm saying. Like if you learn something new once a day, like go and do that. And from there, eventually you'll be like, wow, this is really cool. I wonder if there's any historical stuff. And there's tons of historical stuff. And there's a good chance that you won't fall into some alt-right pipeline you would have when you were like 15 or 16 years old, because it's all very streamlined now to be like as objective as possible, as honest as Kings and Generals is great for that. They're very like unpolitical, but you can tell they're biased. And they've been growing like crazy. They even have their own music channel now, which is fucking brilliant. Um, if you like your history, you got that, or World War II week by week, or the Great War week by week with Indy Nidell. Like YouTube is just full of this shit, and eventually, if your hunger outpaces the stuff, you break out into other things. That's how I started learning more and more about cooking and how I've had Babish and the like, or a Pro Atlas, which goes into Atlas stuff and real life lore. Where if it's there, you'll find it. And this is how even I found DP in the first place, because I was coming off the Channel Awesome stuff, which was all about movies and games and TV shows. It's like, it's brilliant. We have these resources right here, right now. But what do a lot of people do? They find one or two people they listen to, and if it's a toxic atmosphere, you then listen to what they say is fucking law, and then you go on Twitter or whatever fucking community, Discord or whatever, and you just fucking be like, that's bullshit. Here's why. I've seen this on the DP servers. I've seen this on fucking my server before we had to have the massive purge. Like, you can watch it in real time how people fall into these ones, but it should be a thing for good, not a thing for like bullshit.
Yeah.
You can use all this information, and by the way, learning this does not make you a historian. Like, I can watch whole ass this is actually something I can't believe you can get. You can get whole ass history lectures from colleges. Lecture. No, I'm talking about Great Courses Plus. Look, here's a Yale course. All of it. I've watched this a couple of times now, and it's a multi-part one that goes on and on and on and on and on. In this case, it was about the ancient Greek history. At the end of this, doesn't make you a historian, but if you go through all these things, well, you are now probably a lot better learned on or informed, I should say, on topics like this than just some rando who played a history-based game for a bit or watched Alexander. You know, wait, 300 wasn't historically accurate? No, it wasn't historically accurate.
Yeah, well, I used to, before I got YouTube and all that shit, used to get Discovery Channel on old school. This is before the Discovery Channel went fucking really dumb. And there was
Yeah.
a series called Wings, and it just featured, each episode was just a different plane from World War II. And
I
they'd
think I
have
remember that
pilots.
show.
They had the actual pilots that flew the fucking planes, and they had really cool stories, and they'd talk about the manufacture of it and the faults, the good parts, the bad parts. And it was just an incredible journey because you'd learn so much about the development of the aircraft and its usage in war and what its good points were. And the best thing was, from the start of 1939 through to 45, the evolution of aircraft was just fucking phenomenal. You started, it's like the Germans really had it over everybody for a while, and then the Americans just came out with the game changer, which was the P-51 Mustang and drop fuel tanks, which could get them to fucking Berlin. And that was that. The ME-109s were no longer the king of the fucking skies. The
Terrible
Japanese
when
Zero was,
landing, if I remember right. That's how you got most of
yeah,
them when they landed. And then the
yeah.
Zeros were good at the beginning.
The ME-262s, that's how they used to get the jets, is the only time they were really vulnerable was coming into fucking land. And that's, so what you'd get is the P-51 Mustang pilots would hang around the airports and just lurk and wait. And as the 262s came in, they'd just slot in behind them and go brat with those 50 cals and good night. And the 262 would just go.
Did you ever watch this documentary on Discovery, Battlefield? I was so happy when I found that this was up on YouTube. This is my childhood, because I was a history nerd when I was like before I was 10. Unfortunately, that did lead me down to becoming a skinhead for about a year of my life, and then I had to unlearn a lot of that shit. So keep the love of history and lose the love of the Wehrmacht, okay? Hearts of Iron has this major problem. This was
Which followed would see the Germans achieve one of the most stunning victories in the annals of warfare.
This is how we used to learn our shit.
In the Battle of France,
Bring up the
the
maps.
German army deployed the greatest concentration of tanks ever assembled.
Yeah, look at the maps. Oh, we were so swag.
On September the 1st, Hitler's armies surged across the Polish frontiers. In the north, the German Third Army advanced from East Prussia and the Fourth Army from Pomerania.
This is just a strategy game being played out. Like, it's just, to my mind, I was like, this is like Panzer General 2 or something like that. It was just insane.
Command and conquer, mate.
Yeah. Like this. Oh, even Command and Conquer. I loved the maps in Command and Conquer when the Allies or the Soviets would take areas, or when you were the Brotherhood or Nod or GDI, it would show like Nod infiltration, corruptibility of a country and stuff like that. I always wanted to create a game like that where you'd see a map slowly moving forward, and but like way more, like you'd hover over an enemy capital that's about to fall, and there was like food riots and massive protests for peace, or like massive crackdowns and government officials fleeing and shit like that. Which of course, when I saw like the fall of when I saw like the fall of Baghdad or the fall of Kabul earlier last year, that's how I felt. Like, that's how I was like, oh my god, this is real. But of course, I'm not an idiot. I'm not some armchair historian who thinks that like these are all just numbers. These are real people. These are real people. That's a real person clinging onto the side of the plane. But then I'm like, but wait, this is the same as what happened when the fall of Saigon. The people clinging onto the side of the helicopters, and that's when you realize history's kind of important. You know, like this is why you need to rewatch this shit, why you need to relearn this shit, why you need to keep it in mind. Because you get the skewered idea of history that the Russians are having. And now, if we go to what's been happening the last few weeks in, the last week, I should say, in Ukraine, you're going to find some, oh look, it's gotten a bit, it's a bit changed over the last week, hasn't it? Wait, why can't you guys see it? Oh shit! I opened it up in a different.
What's happening over there is fucking extraordinary. I didn't foresee this outcome.
No, we all thought they were gonna lose. Really badly.
I thought at best they'd keep a pocket of territory and the Russians would push it. Because here's my opinion on what's happening. Vlad's got 28 years to sell that gas and that fucking oil, and then it's all over because the EU have signed into law that they're going to just get off fossil fuels. He's got 28 years to rebuild his empire, make his fortune, and get the Soviet Union back. And the only way he can do that is by selling fossil fuels, which is what he's got an arseload of. Now, have a look at all of the fucking places he's grabbed or making power plays for. All fossil fuel rich. Coal, gas, oil.
Keep that in mind.
This was a fucking play to extend Russia's fucking gas and oil and coal fucking interests to shore up, to make money. This is what it's. But he's fucked now because Nord 2's been cancelled. That pipeline. A bunch of EU states have just announced we're going to wean ourselves off Russian energy. But here's the other thing too. Most of these pipelines are very vulnerable things to devices that make them go. and there's a lot of fucking territory to cover, and these pipelines cross through several countries. You've got partisans in Belarus messing with shit. They actually really played an important part in the beginning of the war because they blew up some railway network, the tracks, that prevented the Russians shipping a whole bunch of shit in. The West came through and like America's just been going, would you like to buy some weapons? Because we happen to sell weapons. Would you? And then the world went, the orcs invaded the Ukraine. I'll just use the. And so they got millions of dollars in crypto instantly just donated to them, and now they've had so much money pouring in, and they're just buying. They're buying the shit they need. And if you listen to the intercepted phone calls from Russian troops on the front line, they were basically being given utter crap gear from the 1970s, given 2 weeks training, and then sent to attack hardened positions in Ukraine. And they estimate that there's well, here's the stats. They estimate around 35 to 40,000 dead, double wounded or crippled, 200 over 200 planes, 800 tanks, over 1,000 armored vehicles, and they estimate that by early next year, Russia's going to literally run out of bullets to shoot because they can't produce enough ammunition to supply their own troops, let alone all of the contracts they've got to supply all the other countries. Here's the other best bit. Those T9, T80 tanks, the really nice looking new ones, saw some video today. You know the reactive armor that they've got on them?
Doesn't work.
No, it's not reactive armor. It's fake. It's little tin cans with a fucking block of rubber in it, mate.
I remember.
It's
Libya,
not even
Libya
reactive.
tried to do that. Yeah.
Well, this is the Russian shit on the front line in the Ukraine. The Russians is being sent into battle with tanks that are supposed to have reactive armor that don't have reactive armor. Now, the video I saw, it could be an incredibly brilliant piece of fucking propaganda just to fuck with the Russians, but I suspect that it's probably pretty accurate because some of the other things, you know those mesh cages you see over the top of tanks sometimes, they're designed to take the hit from a shell and splinter the fragment the projectile so it doesn't have the piercing power of when it hits the tank itself. Most of the cages you're seeing on the Russian tanks aren't engineered properly. They're literally angle iron welded up by these guys that they won't stop shit. They've got this false sense of security. They're being sent into battle with bodgy shit, and they're being whooped. And they've lost nearly over $1 billion worth of gear so far.
There's two things I want to show you, although I don't think we'll probably have the time. This is kind of one thing you were talking about. Kings and Generals, they've been doing a modern month-by-month look at the invasion, and when you mention like running out of bullets, that's because the really good missile launchers from the West, they target the supply depots, and so the behind the lines. So all these supply depots mysteriously explode from dropped cigarettes. And they end up having like no bullets, and you can't fight a war with no bullets. Also, I didn't know this, but Russia's every province or oblast in Russia has been ordered to raise 480 men per month from here on out to send over. But the thing is, it's already been over a month, and the first 140 haven't arrived from any of them because they were already being taxed to the max in terms of it, they're even doing it on national TV now. They're questioning. There was this great thing that Dylan Burns posted out of a sort of debate, which you can imagine in Russia when you're debating. You know, it's gonna be all Russia's great. I think so too, and everyone just claps. No, they're like, this is a disaster. Who was lying to Putin? Someone was lying to Putin. This is clearly not working out. We have to stop. And the weirdest thing is, on that interview, when you got a few people who are like diehards, and then you've got a bunch of people going, yeah, we have to stop this now. You can actually see the host of the show switch. And he's like, he actually makes a lot of good point, Mr. Minister. Why are we still there? Clearly they don't think themselves as Russian. We have to stop the Nazis, but we're not seeing them, any of them, as Nazis. Like, what, they're Ukrainians. What's going on? And, like, this was meant to be, like, this is in Russia. Like this is getting out of hand. Like, all the Z heads have gone very quiet right now. I've noticed a lot of the Caleb Malpins of the world who were like on the bankroll. They've gone very quiet. But the other thing I wanted to point out is something you said. Remember, I said I'd show you a real life lore video.
It was made possible by.
We'll skip by his promo. And he's talking about this very thing you're talking about, which is the oil and the gas.
For less than $15 a year at curiositystream.com/real-life-lore. Over his entire 22-year-long career as the leader of Russia, Vladimir Putin's primary objectives have been to overturn the end result of the Cold War by restoring Russia's position as a global great power, re-establish the Kremlin's domination across the shattered pieces of the former Soviet Union, and push back against the growing influence of the United States and NATO. He has used many tools to accomplish these objectives, but none have been greater than Russia's unique and highly valuable geology. Across the vastness of Russia's land, stretching from the Baltic Sea in the west to the Pacific Ocean in the east, Moscow possesses and produces enormous quantities of natural gas and oil. So much so that Russia is currently the world's single largest exporter of gas and the second largest exporter of oil, remaining only behind Saudi Arabia. Russia is an energy superpower, and it is the sale of these energy resources abroad that are the literal foundation of the modern Russian state and all of Putin's objectives, including the ongoing war in Ukraine, as they provide as much as 40 to 50% of the Russian government's budget and as much as 30% of the Russian GDP. This is precisely why the late US Senator John McCain once derided Russia as being nothing more than a gas station masquerading as a country, and the gas station sells most of their stuff to Europe. Half of Russia's oil exports and nearly 3/4 of their natural gas exports all flow westwards towards Europe. This ultimately means that Russia supplies roughly 35% of the European Union's natural gas and 25% of their oil, when considering that oil accounts for 36% of Europe's total consumption of energy, and natural gas a further 25%. That roughly means that Europe relies on Russian oil and gas for nearly 1/5 of their entire energy needs, while Russia relies on European cash for nearly 1/3 of their entire government budget. And this is simultaneously Russia's greatest strength and Russia's greatest weakness. Every single aggressive action that Putin's Russia has taken recently, from the current invasion of Ukraine to the annexation of Crimea more than 8 years ago, to the invasion of Georgia 14 years ago, to the conquest of Chechnya more than 20 years ago, is defined by the ever-evolving geopolitical calculus of this strength and weakness. And more than anything else, the geology of Russia and the former Soviet Union is the most imperative thing to understand about Vladimir Putin's thought processes and strategy and the emerging 21st century Cold War between his Russia and the United States. When the Soviet Union suddenly collapsed just over 3 decades ago, the former empire that had existed in one way or another across 1/6 of the Earth's total landmass splintered into 15 newly independent countries, ranging from tiny ones like Armenia and Estonia to giants like Kazakhstan, roughly the same area as India. But the entity that remains centered in Moscow, the Russian Federation, the Soviet Union's legal successor state, loomed the largest of them all, towering over the newly independent states like a titan. Nearly overnight, when compared to the former Soviet Union, the new Moscow-based regime, in the form of the Russian Federation, had lost nearly half of its entire population, with tens of millions of ethnic Russians suddenly finding themselves outside the borders of Russia. the area directly ruled from Moscow shrunk in size by a fourth, taking 40% of the Soviet-era GDP and industrial capacity along with it. The massive Soviet nuclear weapons arsenal suddenly became divided, with around 1,900 warheads stuck in Ukraine, unable to be utilized by them because the launch codes remained in the hands of the Kremlin back in Moscow. In theory, this temporarily made Ukraine...
You didn't know that?
I've never thought about it. It's just like, Jesus Christ, all those fucking Soviet satellite states would have had fucking nukes in them, but they didn't have launch.
That was a
Where
lot
the
of plots
fuck
of.
are they now? Where are those fucking
he-
missiles now?
He'll get onto it, but this is like the plot of a lot of those sort of early '90s and mid '90s action films from like Tom Clancy and Bruckheimer. You know, like that was the biggest fear of the CIA, was that some tin pot dictator would get her hands on a nuke and start World War III.
Yeah.
This and as it turns out, that's not what happened. But they were like Ukraine in particular had this as a major bargaining chip.
Ukraine, the world's third largest nuclear power. But they voluntarily gave them all up to Russia in exchange for assurances from them, the United States, and United Kingdom that the existing borders of Ukraine, as they were at the time, would be respected. All of that.
Great job. Let's make a deal with the devil.
This was pretty bad from the perspective of Moscow, but perhaps the worst thing to come from the dissolution of the Soviet Union for them wasn't necessarily the fracturing of the empire's land, population, or nuclear arsenal, but the fracturing of its geological resources. Specifically, the fracturing of the Soviet Union's once enormous oil and gas industry, which had been the largest in the world. Prior to the collapse, Moscow controlled some of the largest oil and gas reserves found anywhere on the planet. Across the Caucasus, Caspian Sea, Central Asia, the Volga-Urals, West Siberia, and Far East regions of their huge empire. Shipping these resources out by ship to customers around the world was potentially problematic, though, because of one of Russia's other great and tragic historical weaknesses: the lack of easy access to the world's oceans. The Soviet Union only controlled a handful of warm water ports that remained ice-free and easily usable year-round, in the Barents, Baltic, Black, and Japan seas, all of which could be easily blockaded by their primary Cold War-era geopolitical rivals in NATO and the United States through the GI-UK Gap, the Strait of Dover, the Danish Straits, the Turkish Straits, and the Japanese archipelago. In the event of a war with the West, the Soviet Navy and maritime trade could be very easily bottled in and contained. And so, Soviet military doctrine always focused on being much more of a land power as a result. And this geographically inspired doctrine flowed into the state's economic planning as well. Knowing full well these geographic limitations to trading their oil and gas on the high seas, the Soviets built a massive series of pipelines over their vast expanses of land, connecting the energy-hungry European economies in the West directly to their huge geological formations around the Caspian, Volga-Urals, and West Siberian regions in the east. With sparse domestic oil and gas resources themselves, this made the most logical geographic and economic sense for the nations of Europe. The most substantial resources of oil and gas around their continent discovered so far are located within the Groningen field of the Netherlands, the North Sea between the UK and Norway, the various regions of the former Soviet Union, including Ukraine, the Black Sea, the Persian Gulf, the Eastern Mediterranean, and North Africa. By a freak geological coincidence, the territory that would eventually evolve into the European Union itself has very little hydrocarbon resources. And since the Soviet Union was located nearby on the same continent and had built out the efficient pipelines feeding cheaper oil and gas directly from their massive sources in the east, they were the most logical geographic partner on the docket to choose to buy from, regardless of the potential geopolitical consequences and pressures that could come from Moscow and the Kremlin. Thus, the Soviet Union became the world's largest oil and gas producer. And as the price of oil skyrocketed...
That's gonna be fucking mad. One day there's gonna be one more barrel of oil made and then there'll be nothing. Like, it's a finite resource. So we have one shot to turn that into the future of like energy by investing it into its successor, something that can be used indefinitely, like solar or fucking wind or nuclear. If Europe went more nuclear than it is these days, like it would not have this problem.
Oh, well, guess what? Poor old Greenpeace. Got some news for you guys. Germany, you know, the reactors that they were going to shut down, well, they're going to be kept online a bit longer because Russia. Um, and there's several other countries in Europe that are going to do the same. France has already got, is it 49? Last time I checked, they got 49 reactors. They did a really good nuclear program. They built really safe reactors and they built clones. So every reactor's the same. And if something goes wrong in one reactor, they can check every reactor for the same problem. America, not so much. They engineered different things. There's a couple of plants that may be sister plants, but different companies, different plants, and they have run into some issues. Whereas, and well, Japan, they built them on the beach and didn't build them smart.
In
And
all
why
fairness,
would
yeah, like there was no
no, but
way
you
they could
don't,
stop a tsunami. Good thing that
no, but
Japan's not known for any tsunamis.
oh yeah, but look, whoever said, and I'm gonna do a voice here. So why don't we store the spent fuel rods in a pool suspended on the third story of building in earthquake-prone area? It's like, no, don't do that. And put a water reservoir so you can gravity feed shit down into your reactor and cool it because your pumps went offline because the diesel fucking generators failed and things melted down and now we've got this one of the few places on the planet that you'll find a very rare, very rare fucking thing, and it's only created in a nuclear meltdown. And one's in Chernobyl and the other's in Fukushima. And it's the elephant. Have you seen the elephant's foot in Chernobyl, for instance?
If
That's
I
a magic.
yeah, let's have a check before we go on.
It's a big fuel slug. It's basically part of it's the reactor that went blah, through the floor. Elephant's foot in Chernobyl.
There we are.
Check out this bad boy.
Let's pop. Show the audience.
Now that is what happens to a reactor when the fuel rods go and things get crazy. It just goes blah. That's stuff that shouldn't be like that is now like that, and it's now a new. I won't say element.
And other minerals.
There it is. That's it. Corium, mucus. So basically, is that the stuff? Yeah, that's the material that's created when the core of a nuclear reactor fucking melts down. So that's the only place you'll ever find this shit is when one of these bad boys go.
This is what the 3 Mile Island reactor would look like after the partial meltdown. So I'm guessing.
I think that was nowhere near
No, but it was part. It still resulted in a little bit of corium.
Yeah, but comparing it to like they actually got. Here's the wonderful thing about Fukushima: they actually learnt how to get a robot to survive, and I think NASA probably contributed to this, thanks to a certain probe that's hoiking its way around a planet and it goes through some insane radiation. But they've learnt how to harden things where they got a robot down to look at the Fukushima core. They found it down in the ground and they sent this robot down there and got some footage of the son of a bitch. So they've learnt how to harden electronics to the point where it can survive exposure to a melted down core, which is fucking impressive.
Yeah, when we put our minds to it, we could fuck shit up and then fix it again. Like the fact that we're all having this conversation at all means that Chernobyl was capped. Like that was and they did that on the fly with, let's be honest here, late 80s Soviet technology and mindsets.
Well,
how we're not dead is like just insane.
That could have been a whole lot worse. I forget, but if you look into the story of what happened, it was basically human error.
Yeah,
I doing testing and turned off the alarms. But there's one guy that saw what was happening, and he prevented a lot of Europe becoming a fucking shit zone, an irradiated fucking hell zone.
It wouldn't have
Like
just
there was
been
still
Europe. I think the whole world, in theory, if it wouldn't have turned off, it would have ended up being just dead. There would be no life.
it wouldn't have been the whole planet, but a lot of Europe would have been like not a very pleasant place to fucking live. It's like, you know, that there's
it
in
would have been
Chernobyl, it's weird.
greatest.
Well, you know, here's the thing though. In Chernobyl, I've seen this doco. It's on YouTube and it's fucking got to be over 10 years old now. And it's this lady and a couple of dudes on road bikes. She's on a green Kawasaki Ninja, and they got permits to travel into the exclusion zone. And there's people fucking living in there, dude. And they've lived there since. And they are living there and eating the food, and they are old people. And they just went, yeah, it's so old now. What's the point of living? Yeah, yeah, blat. And just, they fucking stayed. And they get tested every 6 months. And they're fine. Now, here's the weird part about this place. It depends on where you go, on how fucked up it is. Like, recently, apparently, there's going to be a whole bunch of radiation sickness coming out in Russia over the next fucking few years because a whole bunch of dudes were told to go, see the forest over there right next to the Chernobyl nuclear power plant? Dig trenches there.
Yeah, I remember hearing
Guess,
about that.
guess what they dumped there? All of the radioactive shit. These dudes got massive fucking doses of radiation. They breathing in the dust. They're fucked. There's a whole bunch of them that are fucked. They're just going to take a few years, but they're going to start growing 3 heads and new arms and fucking cancerous tumors on their cancerous
thing
tumors.
is, like, you go to Pripyat and it's like this haunted, empty place.
Yeah.
But then, you know, when they leave, all these wild animals come back in. They call it
The
their home.
wolves?
Yeah, the wolves and the deer.
There's Vice do a fucking great article. You can go and hunt these big fuck off wolves in Pripyat. But the thing is though, this chick's riding through and they've got Geiger counters and she's standing on the tar road and it doesn't absorb radiation from what I understand. I don't understand why, but it's basically, you look at it, it's background radiation. And then the chick went, watch this. And she goes a step off the road and you see this thing go from 0 point whatever radigens to up to 3. And she's like, getting a dose there. She said, if I walk another 10 paces that way, lethal dose of radiation. It just depends where you fucking go.
Right.
On how bad the contamination is. And there's certain sites where the liquidators, I think the Russians, and they basically sent a bunch of dudes in and to get cooked by flying in on helicopters and dumping cement and shit in the wood. And they'd send guys up to the rooftop, get a shovel, scrape, come down, find bits of the core on the roof and scrape it up and then come down and put it in a pile. And that was them. They all got lethal doses, all of those people.
I forget what book it was that I was reading that was like the history of Chernobyl, because there's conflicting reports. Some praise the Russians more than others. Honestly, the whole thing was a mixture of late Soviet era paranoia and incompetence and genuine cases of like incredible bravery, especially once people realized what they were going into. They're like, okay. And I think in that respect, that Chernobyl TV show got that right. A lot of the miners weren't being, they weren't like being lied to. They were like, you're going to die if you go down there. And they're like, well, someone has to go down there. So they just be thrown down there and, you know, they would die. It's just an incredible moment of human stupidity, arrogance, and bravery and ingenuity. We dig ourselves into many a hole, but we always have the ability to dig ourselves out of the hole if we put enough time into it.
And here's the real shame of it. Over the last several years, they've been constructing this absolutely magnificent piece of engineering. It's basically a big sliding move. You can fucking go and open it up and get in there and do stuff and then shut it back up again because the old sarcophagus was fucking crumbling. So the people that helped build this shit over the last fucking... What do they fucking do at the start of the year? Why don't we build up troops on border of Ukraine and pretend we play war games, then invade fuck out of it? Duh. And they're fucking launching missiles at the fucking joint and damaging the joint. It's like... They were really legitimately worried about a meltdown. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
It wasn't the only nuclear reactor that was in danger. Like, there was firefights going on in the car park of one of the other ones. Like,
Oh, no, yeah.
Like
I remember it's like the Russians. It's like you guys. Oh, I can't wait for the world's reaction once they. Here's why Europe hasn't collectively shit on Europe yet. They need that gas and oil because like the fucking TV show said, winter is coming. You don't want to live in fucking ice cold. Go and ask the Chinese how that worked out for them. 2 years of not buying any Australian coal. Guess what they started doing just before this winter hit?
Bye.
Unloading our fucking coal ships that have been sitting out in the fucking water for months waiting to unload. Xi Jinping's worked out, yeah, if I really piss off everybody, which is what was happening, we might be dealing with another fucking Tiananmen Square, and it's just not going to be a good look in 2022, is it? You can't really fucking hide that shit now that the internet's a thing, you fuck. So,
Yeah.
isn't the world a wonderfully shitty place at times? But then there's these. Here's the trick with life: keep your eye out for those little tiny moments. These little moments of near perfection, or you'll just see something that's just aesthetically mind-blowingly beautiful. Drink that shit in every opportunity you get. Take those moments and give them a chef's kiss, because that's
And
what
don't let them pass you by, because it's the only chance you're ever going to get. Like,
yeah,
it'll never
go.
be the same. Even if two things happen in your lifetime that are like, what? I mean, we're always going to be the generation that was able to see a attempted fascist coup in America. Who the fuck saw that coming? I fucking wouldn't.
We are the generation that's seen further back in time than fucking every generation that's come before us, thanks to that new telescope we got out in this. We can literally see
Yes.
back further in fucking time, way further back than we're seeing details on things. Dude, we're on the cusp of this shit. But here's,
If
I'll
we
give you
don't
an
kill
example.
ourselves off first.
Yeah, well, we might not. But here's my advice. I remember one day I was in my front yard at my old place, and I had this hibiscus shrub thing, and it was just by itself in the middle of my lawn, and there was no flowers on it at the time, but it used to grow these beautiful, really hot pink flowers, hibiscus flowers. And I'm looking on this leaf, and it was before I needed glasses, and I see this tiny little bit of pink, and I go, "What the fuck is that?" And I go up and get the leaf, and I focus in on thing, and it's this tiny little spider. It's got to be a couple of millimeters across its back, but you can see this beautiful pattern on it, and it's pink, and I think was like nearly a metallic kind of a chromy anodized metal sort of lines on it. Some spiders get that, insects can get that metallic or anodized metal look. And it's this tiny little fucking and it was hot pink, this spider, to blend in with the flowers. And it was the most beautiful fucking tiny little thing I've ever seen. I'll never forget this fucking thing. And I spent 10 minutes just looking at this little dude, and then I just let it go about its fucking business. And it was one of the most fucking awesome things I've ever seen. It was just this tiny little pissant spider. And it blew my fucking mind that such a beautiful thing was so small, and I've never noticed him before. And after that, I'd see him once in a while on that hibiscus.
I was waiting for you to say, and then I checked in, and it turned out to be the most poisonous spider in the world. I mean, you are in Australia after all.
Well, here's the funny thing. It may very well could have been, but its fangs would be so small it couldn't pierce my skin, so we'd never know unless we tested its venom.
The revenues that Moscow was gaining from selling them were enormous enough to effectively fund almost everything the country was doing, including the massive Soviet arms race with the United States and the newfound confidence in the Kremlin to pursue risky foreign policy decisions like the invasion of Afghanistan in 1980. But oil and gas are cyclical assets, and an economy that is too over-reliant on them can later in 1986, Moscow's primary economic strength evaporated with it. The inefficient, centrally planned Soviet economy could no longer conceal all of its shortcomings with high oil and gas sales, and Moscow's finances became crippled. This was potentially the biggest single factor pushing the Soviet Union towards its ultimate collapse in the late 80s. And once it finally did in 1990.
No one likes to be told all your life that things are going great, and then you go to the store and find nothing there, and you ask where it is, and you're like, oh, we can't make that or buy it anymore. And you then hear from your friend who went overseas that they're having a great time. It starts to make people go, why do you think North Korea is so terrified of the outside world creeping in? Once it creeps in, they'll never be able to creep out, and they'll know all of the world's realities and what they think of North Korea and all that shit, and that'll be the end of them. Because once the soldiers turn on you, that happened to the guy who ran, it was Ceausescu from Romania. He was up on stage and he was like telling people that everything was going great, and no one believed him. And he ordered his guards to fire on the crowd, and they didn't fucking listen to him live on TV, and he was killed in like an hour after that footage, and that was the end of his government. It was like it's so crazy that like these countries, like that's the problem with a lie. Lies always get discovered, but they always think,
Yeah.
so don't lie to your people. Be upfront. Tell them that we have to tighten our belts. That's the thing. I don't care that I'm paying more for my energy bills right now. Anyway, it might get too bad, but too bad for my for my energy bills, because I know it's helping in my tiny little way that I'm still supporting Ukraine, and so that'll help a little bit more that Ukraine gets the fucking Russians out of them. If what Putin thought was that we'd all be out in the streets massively protesting. The only people who are protesting are pro fucking right wing Russian heads, and they're so few that they don't make an impact.
I'll tell you who's going to have a big impact on it. Now, there's a movement, a group of people in Russia, and they're the mothers of all of the fucking soldiers that have died. Now, the last time Putin got fucking involved in a shit-flinging match with Chechens, guess who was one of the most powerful fucking players in that thing at the end? Was the fucking mothers of all of the dead Russian soldiers. And it turns out that they have a bit of pull, and not even Putin wants to fuck with everybody's mum. He's not that dumb. So what Putin's got a problem with now is he's not telling people how many kids have died, Russian kids have died, and apparently, according to the numbers I've heard this week, 40,000 fucking dead.
Yep.
So there's 40,000 mothers that have already joined the rather large group of mothers that have already lost sons in other conflicts. That's a pretty powerful fucking political organisation. You can't assassinate hundreds of thousands of people. I don't give a fuck who you are.
And here's the thing, you could if you had like the power of Stalin, but like at the same time, Putin doesn't. He doesn't have that power.
Well, that's a purge at that point. You're purging your own population if you're going to knock off a fucking hundreds of thousands of people. That's just not political assassination.
And what's more, like these people are his power base. His power base are the are the middle class, the motherfuckers who you see on Instagram standing next to Lamborghinis, going like, "I make million, I show you how." These are rich sons. These rich sons don't get brought up on conscription. But you know what? That just makes them more obvious. You see these motherfuckers driving around in Lamborghinis while some fucking former factory worker gets a letter in the mail saying that their son's head was blown off outside of Kharkiv. And then like it adds into the level of happened with Vietnam. Like you see all these rich kids who didn't get shipped off at the beginning. They had to change the rules. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. In when you tell your supporting bloc, now you have to fight. We'll see how much support you have. Very quickly, people will be like, no, I want to not fight. I'm going to go home. Like I said, it's happening on national TV, and it's going to keep on getting worse. And now with this massive defeat of which is still going on as we speak. Like I said, like if we just bring up this live map here, when I refresh it, there's a chance that there's going to be more updates. I really love this thing. It's horrible because it's like a war, but it's still fascinating for me to see this stuff happen in real time. The blue.
Jesus Christ! They've pushed him right.
Yep. In
what
1
the
week, they lost
fuck?
6 months of. Yep. In 6 months, in 1 week, they've lost 6 months of contact. Pretty soon, they won't be within missile range, which are already getting increasingly better and better anti-aircraft.
Funny you should mention that. Just before I joined the show, I had a quick look at the news, and apparently, allegedly, Ukrainians have been landing stuff on the other side of the border, popping people off just to say, you better scoot off a little bit further because you're still in range of our fucking American donated, what is it, HIMARS, MLRS
Yeah,
systems.
I
So they're
think
the
it's the
real long
HIMARS.
range. Have you seen this? There was that fucking major bridge. Fuck, I laughed. And every night for a few nights, you'd hear, oh, artillery's hit this bridge again, and they'd show footage of it, and you just see a line of holes in this thing, dead set in the middle of the fucking bridge, like GPS accurate to the fucking centimeter, and it'd be a line. And so it's an MLRS that's going, choo, 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 and they're hit punching through the bridge, but they're not hitting any of the fucking superstructure. Well, only took a few days till I eventually tagged one of the big pylons and rendered the entire bridge useless to anything bigger than a mini miner or pedestrians. So no more tanks, no more trucks, no more fuel, no more fucking nothing over that bridge. And that was the start of what we're seeing now is they've cut off their supply lines. They've been able to get, oh, this is brilliant.
Look, spokesperson in Operation Command South, some Russian units in Kherson frontline negotiating surrender their weapons. Sure, they're fucking sick of this. Probably all the hardcore Z-heads talking about how they're going to liberate a country from a bunch of Nazis are now dead. They're now feeding these sunflowers. So these conscripts who come up afterwards, no, they're getting sick of it. Once they're not,
They're lied to. Look, half of these kids have been lied to. Like, one of the things about modern warfare is modern technology is that the Russians have gone into the Ukraine and they've just literally gone into people's houses, pointed guns at them and like, give us your shit. Got an iPhone and an iPad? I'll have that. Some of them were taking fucking washing machines because
I saw that they were
don't
going
have
into
those.
people's house. They were literally the ice pick from that level in Modern Warfare when Russia invaded America. Fucking hell. Okay, yeah,
Well,
sure.
I thought they were taking these things because they've never seen what. No, you know what they're doing with the washing machines and all the white goods? They're stripping them for fucking electronics, mate, because they can't fucking get shit into the country to fucking make stuff. So they got to literally jerry rig stuff up out of whatever the fuck they can get their hands on now. It's fucking madness. So, but another thing, these Russian kids are signing up as contractors. It's weird how it works. There's like, if you sign up to the army as a like conscript, it's different than a contractor. Contracted in for 6 months, and you get paid a little bit better. But so here's what happens: you sign up, sign the contract, you get sent out 2 weeks training, and then you're shipped to the front line, and you get shot by a fucking highly trained, highly motivated, very angry fucking Ukrainian.
Do you see that the head of the occupation force in the Donbass made a video as he's in a car driving away because they evacuated like 2 days ago the entire region, and he's like, we are repositioning our troops. The thing is, there's no mass movements of troops being repositioned. Rather, they're running and shooting away from any Ukrainians they can. It's brilliant to watch, but you know they have to remember to do this wise. And I don't think it would be a good idea for them to take Crimea because I hate to say it, the majority of people on the Crimean Peninsula are pro-Putin, so they'd actually be almost the aggressors there. Instead, I think they should demand.
I disagree bitterly. In 1991, the people of Ukraine took a fucking vote and decided to fuck off from the Soviet Union. Those fucking assholes that are separatists that want to go and fucking be Russian can fuck off to Russia.
I'm okay
right?
with that, but that's a
the
bad
fucking
look.
Ukraine.
No, that's
Well,
a bad
they need
look
to
if
take
they do.
it because no, it's not. That's the Ukraine. They need to take it back because guess where all some of those really juicy fucking resources are. That's where they are. They need to fucking and their president's been quite clear. We're fucking taking it all back.
I'm
including
okay
the
for
Crimea.
it, but the thing is with the Crimean Peninsula is that there's going to be cases of like some old lady getting flung out of her apartment.
Yeah,
who is
fucking
like,
A.
I'm okay with that, but it's gonna sour like public opinion. Instead, I think that they should demand it in a peace agreement rather than attack it. I think
I
they
don't
should be
think-
like that, unless of course they can take it without like as much of a fight as they've been doing over here. If like the whole defense system shatters, I'm okay with that. But I
They
honestly
telegraphed what's happening though. He sorry to cut you off, but
go on.
2 weeks ago, before this big offensive, what did the fucking Ukrainian president say? If you're in the Donetsk route, get the fuck out now because we're coming. We're fucking coming. And as soon as he says it for the Crimea, if any fucking pro-Russian separatist has got a brain, they're going to do a fucking run straight
They
for
might
the
not be
fucking border.
watching though. That's the problem. They might not be
Oh, they
watching.
know. They are watching and they are listening, mate. They fucking know. That's why do you think there was the big exodus before the attack? They all jumped in their cars the
The
day the fucking
military,
president
yeah,
said
but
that.
not the
and
like the
went,
civilians. The military knew, but the civilians might
No, the
not have.
civilians. No, I'm talking to the civilians. The civilians all bugged out of the Donetsk, mate. They fucking got in their
Alright.
cars and they drove straight to the fucking border. And right now, the Russians are blocking the fucking pro-Russian people from these regions getting into Russia. How delicious is that fucking
Yeah.
irony? They're
Now,
they're
I'm
being
okay.
blocked
I'm
at the
I'm
border
okay
by
with
the
this.
Russians.
Yeah,
Now,
like
here's the best bit. The Ukrainians are dealing internally with all the people that are pro-Russian separatists. As far as they're concerned, for the last 8 years, there's been a hostile force, and anyone that's been fucking palling up with them, well, you're going to be like the Vichy French after
Yeah.
World War II. It's not going to be, you're going to be marched down the street and you're going to be spat on. And you know what? You choose the fucking your side, and you choose what side of the bed you want to sleep on. If you chose the side of the orcs, well,
I'm okay with this. I just think that there could be some bad cases. Like I don't want to hear that we
you're right.
but like the thing is that oh god, what was it? I asked Dylan Burns this. You know Dylan Burns has been out in Ukraine talking on the front lines and shit like that.
Yeah.
I asked him this on an AMA. What's the feeling in Kiev right now for the Ukrainians who are working? Are they misinformed idiots or are they traitors? Immediate back, traitors, all of them. Just immediate back. Like the Ukrainians, the actual Ukrainians, they want fucking blood. I know this. So we might actually hear a case of like massacres of like old people and children. That might happen. And I know that's war. That's something that happens sometimes, but I can see it happening at least once.
Or there may be isolated cases of revenge killings, but here's the big difference between the Ukrainians and the Russians in this war. I've seen lots of footage of captured Russian soldiers being treated well, being given a fucking phone so they can call their fucking mum and say, "Mum, not dead. I'm a prisoner of war." And then you'll hear the fucking Russian mother go, "Those fucking those Nazi dogs, what are they doing to?" And you'll hear these kids go, "Mama, mama, mama, shut up. You're being lied to. The Ukrainians have treated me better. They've given, like, this kid was shot in the arm and had a broken arm. Another dude
I've
was
seen
shot.
that,
They had to
yeah.
amputate this kid's leg, but they saved his fucking life and then dragged him away from the front lines because you know what happened? The Russians that he was with, they left them for dead
Yep.
and ran away from their position. And the
They
Ukrainians
weren't-
come along and went, "Hello,
Yep.
here's some morphine, come to the hospital," and saved them. And that's what they do. The Russians just put a bullet in a Ukrainian soldier's head or use them as propaganda pieces, like the dudes that held up in that
Mariupol.
the fucking yeah. They use that. You know what they did? They declared those guys terrorists and they're going to execute them. That's what the Russians are going to fucking do to those guys. What are the Ukrainians doing? Unless you're like a proven war criminal, you're going to get treated well. And even if you're a proven war, you know what they're going to do? Take you to the fucking Hague and put you on trial. And that's the big difference. And I don't think we're going to see that problem of a massacre on any large scale.
I hope not.
I don't think so. I really, because the Ukrainians want their fucking land back and they want the Russians to fuck off. And then they want to grow Black Beauty tomatoes.
Could I just also to point out just like the way modern wars are right now. Like before, like this aerial threat siren sound take cover now. That was an hour ago. Like we started this over 3 hours. In 3 hours, 4 hours. All right. So between this heavy shelling in Vostok for 2 days, and this, like all this random shit's been happening. it's not like every day you wake up and something's moved, something's done this, something's done that. Like, no, it's crazy. Like, it's just absolute bedlam. The how you can just keep on refreshing something like this and seeing how the war continues to move again and again and again, because this is like a real thing that's happening right now. You know, in my part of Ireland, we've had tons of Ukrainian refugees, absolutely tons. In fact, our bus now has a little sign out in the front of it saying that you need exact change in Ukrainian. um, Tons of them have come in, and of course, you know, we're trying our best to keep them well, and a lot of them have jobs. They get a little stipend once a week to buy food. No, they're given food and they're given clothes and they're given accommodation, and then they're given like a little bit of stipend to put back into the local economy or just give themselves a little bit of agency. But it's crazy watching this shit happen. It reaches you because war, for both of us, I imagine, for the most part, war is something that happens over there. I know it's still happening over there, but we're seeing it trickle back here. And I think it's very crazy, especially for me in Ireland, where even during like the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, it didn't really affect us. You know, for you, I imagine in Australia, a little bit more active in these sort of things than we are. Um, but it's just, I find this stuff fascinating. If it had nothing to do with the fact that people were dying, this would be I'd love to watch this, but as it is, like, this is like a real, like, this is a real place, and real people are dying, and real people are suffering, and
Yeah, no, you're right. But
it's
I've got
still,
this ability to switch off. Like, one of my guilty pleasures right now is to watch Ukrainian drones drop World War II era grenades. Like, this is how warfare's changed. Air superiority is not what it used to be. Because the Ukrainians don't really have a massive air force. They've borrowed planes and been lent some planes and stuff, but drones are the new kings of the battlefield, it looks like, because you got shoulder-fired surface-to-air missiles that have basically shot down literally hundreds of Russian jets, hundreds of Russian helicopters, and they're keeping the latest and greatest toys out of the theater completely. They lost a $750 million. It was the flagship of the
yeah.
Black Sea Fleet. They've lost two of those fucking things. $750 million for the flagship. And for 2 days they went, nah, nothing's wrong. And then they
Haven't,
said, yeah, accidental, one of the missiles exploded in the silo on board. It's like, no,
yeah,
it was a US
we watched
donated,
that.
it was a US donated missile, and it fucking took that ship the fuck out.
Here's Dylan, August the 29th, shortly after the start of Ukrainian Kherson offensive. Me and my crew were entering a restaurant in Mykolaiv after filming. This is when Russian artillery started to pound the city center, specifically civilian areas. And if you go back here, oh look, there's a lot of bomb looks that seem to be falling around cities and stuff like that, especially here. Here's a new explosion reported in Kharkiv, which is important in Kharkiv. But yeah, like,
I've got the Russian embassy on the line. It's like, нет, these military targets, no civilian. До свидания. That's the fucking line from the Kremlin. Is, you're not civilians. These are legitimate military targets. It's cool. It's like,
we are liberating country from Nazi oppression.
seriously, the second day of the fucking conflict, I saw this footage, and it's just tragic. This fucking poor dude, wrong place, wrong time, turned the wrong way at an intersection. Comes around the corner, face to face. I can't remember if it was a T-72 or a BMP. The tank just goes and runs the car over. Person's still in it. Then the people that were filming it run out to the car, and then they blur out the body, but person was crushed. Day 2 of the conflict. It's like, all I've been doing is committing war crimes, and people have been filming them, and the Russians go, we're not doing anything wrong. It's like, when this conflict's over, Russia's going to be, they better hand Vladimir over, or they're going to find themselves incredibly isolated for a fucking long time. In fact, Vlad's only way out at this point is taking the forever sleep. That's probably his best option.
How you doing, Dylan? Doing okay. You
mad lads, by the way. Anyone that can willingly stay in a war zone just to keep people informed out of the war zone, they're a special freaking breed.
Okay, so we probably just got hit like from a block away 6, 7 times.
And you know what I find fascinating? He's very, not only is he very young, he's a sort of generation that would take a stand against this whole thing because Ukraine's not very pro gay, gay, queer sort of community. I didn't want to have to do the whole alphabet thing because I'd be here all day and I'd probably piss off someone for not mentioning it all. So it's better I don't mention any of it. LGBTQ.
Say the rainbow people.
The rainbow. Okay,
Rainbow
yeah.
people.
The rainbow people. The people who are very happy. And I hope they are bloody very happy. But like, great pause game under here, by the way. But like, he's gay and he's very open about it. So he'd be the sort of generation be like, well, they don't support gay rights, so I'm not gonna go. Instead, he's like, fuck no, and went over there, and he keeps coming every once in a while. He comes back, but then he goes right back out there again. Like he is on the front lines. Only a few days ago, he said that there was an artillery. It could have actually even been this what he was talking about. But get out of here, go home. Locals celebrating Russian troops to reach towards Starobelisk, Luhansk region. Look at them legging it. The V on the side of it, yeah.
Oh yeah, let's just like to take this opportunity to remind everybody. Guess who sided with the Nazis at the start of World War II and signed a non-aggression pact with them for a while until Hitler went, you know what, those oil fields would look really good with a swastika on them. Yes.
Targeting Ukrainian power plant in Kharkiv, locking out electricity in the area. Seems to be working towards moderate. If we can't have it, nobody can. Yeah, it's just pure pettiness.
This is scorched earth now. While they're retreating, what they're doing now to cover their retreat to keep everyone busy is they're shelling the fuck out of city centres and launching missiles at major utilities to try and put them back into the dark ages. Like deprive them of power and water, you can really put a dent in society's progress. But here's what they're underestimating: the Ukrainians evacuated a whole bunch of really talented people to other countries as refugees, basically, while the war's on. The day that the orcs are pushed back over the border and they can sort of guarantee that keeping them out, those people will flood back into that country and it will be the biggest build fest this planet's ever seen. The Ukraine will probably be rebuilt faster than any other nation in the history of warfare.
Oh, construction companies are going to have a field day. They're going to come from far and wide, and we're going to see a bunch of really new, modern-looking buildings spring up. What I find fascinating about this image, not only is it funny watching like them getting encircled and shit, it's that already this is all been retaken. This is a very out-of-date picture of the map. Hi Vosh, but there's this footage I want to show, and it was recorded by a Russian from a few days ago, and they were on top of a blimp and they were firing, and then there's a pause, and then just an explosion fills the screen, like an artillery shell just hit the blimp, and this was apparently found on the corpses of the Russians. Like it's just, oh god, you see from early on in the invasion, there was a recording found on a dead soldier, and it was a group of like 100 odd Russian troops trying to cross a bridge in open terrain. And some of them have no idea what they're doing. They stop in the middle of the bridge, just getting pelted at from everywhere. Others are like just cowering in a corner. They had no idea what the fuck they... And now let's be honest here, a lot of us didn't think it was going to go this well for the Ukrainians.
A lot of the world's military analysts got shit wrong from the start. It's like all we heard from a lot of places, they won't attack. They did.
They're not. And then
they said they'll steamroll them in a week.
Yeah.
Here we are 200 days later.
Yeah. It's absolute. But of course, people are still dying. Like this guy unfortunately died. Like people are still dying. Even when you win a war, you still lose people. But it is kind of like getting insane. They're also just leaving tons of stuff. You can find bimps and other vehicles just lying around out in the middle of the roads. Completely normal. They didn't even have time to spike them. They just like leave them out. There's like whole ammo dumps that aren't being blown up. They're just being taken. You know, they're just being
Yeah, they're being
yeah.
abandoned, and the Ukrainians come along and go, oh, hello there, and there's plenty of footage of like these really proud middle-aged Ukrainian dudes that are driving around in a recently acquired T-72.
Remember that
The
TikTok
Russians,
trend at the start of the war of like the young 19, 17-year-old girls, TikTok stars, showing how to operate a bimp that they just found lying out in the middle of by their house, and they're just
the
driving it
farmers
around.
dragging
Yeah.
the farmers dragging the fucking
tractors,
things with their
the
tractors.
tractor
That
me.
was just
That seems
the
like a
best.
lifetime ago already. Fucking hell, like oh, it's so
And
it's so. If there's ever going to be a war where a sort of fascist tries to take over a country, for God's sake, I want it to be this bungled. I want it to
and
be this fucked up. So failure, such an utter failure.
I tell you what I have discovered too is that the Ukrainian fucking government are memeing gods. Have you seen some of the shit they've been putting out as propaganda? They took a Russian recruitment film
Oh yeah,
and
I've seen
just
that.
God, and they just made it so fucking awesome. And
On a
yeah, the
negative
Ukrainians are just
offensive.
great.
Before I
Yeah,
show this, I want to make sure that one thing I can't show is anyone getting killed. So I got to be very, very, I got to be very careful when I'm showing this stuff. Um, when the Russian army goes on a negative offensive, the greatest harvest of our tractor troops begin. Collecting trophies. Sometimes disciplined tractor troops accidentally devour the crew along with the trophy. Yeah, go home.
brilliant.
Hey, Ivan, go home. Go home to your mother. She's worried about you. This is not your homeland. This is someone else's homeland. If the tables were turned, I'd be rooting for you if someone was trying to invade your country. But they're not. Go home. Um, uh, the, a lot of these are stupid kids who need to go home, and they need to go home and they need to tell people like Putin to go and die early. Because at this point now, it's getting, they're just ruining it for generations to come. Russia will never heal at this rate. If
Well,
like, look at this shit. And I know this is like obviously biased. If it went on a Z channel, they'd talk about how many people died. But the thing is, we can openly talk about that. They can't. The Russians don't want to know how many people they've lost so far.
look, there's hope for the next generation, and I was talking to Len about this a few weeks ago. He was recently in Europe, and he's noticed a really important change. People from my generation, his generation, consider themselves what nationality they are. So it's a whatever country in the EU they're from ethnically, that they'll identify with that. The last generation, so kids and very young adults, don't see themselves that way. They see themselves as, and to quote them, European, which is a really big breakthrough that you fucking unify people and bring them together. There's way less
Yeah,
chance of
this
them
could
going,
actually save the EU, you know? This could like invigorate the idea of making the EU into like some sort of federal state. Because instead of us having differences, we all have similarities. That has
yeah,
promoted some fucking bad propaganda from the opposite end. I've seen some stuff like Onwards to Moscow, and it looks like some World War II propaganda. Hold your fucking horses, okay? Let's focus on a lot of other things, but at the exact same time, I love the spirit of it. Especially with the UK bugging out and everyone seeing what happens when you leave the EU. Look at Brexit right now. It's a fucking disaster. Like, it's so crazy. But this is apparently something Australia. For the sake of protecting freedom, it traveled halfway across the world to the Ukraine.
Bushmaster.
Yeah, Bushmaster, Army, also River. Oh, Richard Miles MP. I'm guessing he's some the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia, Minister of Defence. All right, cool. I think we shipped over a bunch of our anti-tank weaponry because, as we pointed out, they're just sitting in a closet somewhere in the Curragh, which is our military headquarters, gathering dust. We didn't need them, so yeah, I think we sent them like 500 anti-tank missiles. Uh,
And the Ukrainians probably will pay you back for those in the future by either giving you cash or some missiles back, or some really
yeah,
nice Russian stuff that they found.
yeah. I'm sure. I imagine that they found a lot of random stuff. The 9/11, of course. It has.
Wouldn't it be nice if the Irish government contacts them and says, "Listen, about those missiles we lent you. Any chance we could get a few of those old T-72 tanks that you acquired from the Russians? That'd be great to be sure." See fucking the Irish cruising around in some T-72s, keeping the peace. Oh, that'd be great.
Oh yeah, this is a good one. Um, they yeah, the Russians came up, put up
Yes.
this banner, and now it's being torn down again. Fucking brilliant.
Yeah, they a lot of countries are starting to really go now and starting to actively do stuff. Like, for instance, I think Latvia and a few other countries have basically said, if you're a Russian tourist, fuck off. If you're a Russian citizen and you need medical attention, okay. If you're a Russian citizen and it's a family crisis, okay. But anything else, you just want to come over here and have a drink, fuck off. You guys are cunts, and we don't want to really have to deal with your bullshit. So that's a good change, and the more countries that jump on board and start applying more pressure, not to the oligarchy, the Russian ruling class, but the citizens of Russia, like sanctions and preventing them from being comfortable and going to their favorite destinations to holiday in Europe, is going to be an effective tool eventually. So keep dick punching them, Europe. Bunk, bunk.
I do love how yeah, like this is the beauty of it. Like they abandoned their shit without even spiking or destroying it. They just left it. It's ridiculous. They're just look at this shit. That shit's going to help push out the final bits of Russian like occupation.
Yeah, they'll be able to get a couple of working tanks out of that fucking lot. No worries. They're very, very ingenious when it comes to fixing shit. I've seen plenty of footage of them. They go, "Yeah, we got this T-72 found it on the battlefield with no track and a few dead people in it. We removed the meat and put track on and shoot Russians." It's like, yeah.
All right, I think
They just don't care.
I think we've filleted enough the fact that we are on the winning side. It's not that I'm against it. Jesus, all day long. It's just I'm thinking, how much longer do you want to go?
No, they're gonna go until they run out of bullets. That
No, us,
know.
as in like the stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, mate, I'm cool.
Okay. How about we
Cool.
how about we give them another hour?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Let's rock it.
But that means we should nah. I'm in the mood of watching something more proactive than just here's a bunch of random facts, which I'm all for normally. But no, let's watch something a little bit more.
Let's go into lolcow territory and let's just giggle at some silliness. We've had a nice serious discussion about some really serious shit. But you know what? The thing we were talking about with Cobes and Gucci's, that made me so happy, just theory crafting the dumbest reality show that you'll ever fucking see in your life. That made me happy. So let's just find a lolcow and go and tip them. Just wait till they're snoozing and push them over. Hello, lolcow.
Let's have a look. Chicken Andy Goo and Mando versus Cops. And what? Cops and a Karen. A $700 ticket. Oh, goody. One last time, guys, if you've been enjoying the stream, I sure as fuck have. This is kind of what it's all about with coffee and chat. We just kind of set our own course. If you have been enjoying it, don't forget, later on tonight I will be over on Twitch. So if you go over there and subscribe, you'll be able to join us this Thursday for a watch party, which is pretty awesome. Plus, you'll be helping me out. It's been pretty fucking rough as of late in terms of finances. Speaking of, we also have a stream goal. Anything given, greatly appreciated. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And yeah, like just be good to each other. Be good, damn it. Be good people. even when you're bad. Mando? Who the fuck's Mando?
Oh, they cold.
I'm guessing he's Mando.
He looks concerned.
They're just concerned citizen.
Hello.
Oh shit.
How's it going, brother?
Milwaukee.
Sorry.
How many guys in there with you?
4 or 5.
5?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess she was a concerned citizen.
Okay.
Is that what she was saying?
Would all you guys be able to come out of it real quick? Because the reason I'm here is it sounded like a domestic violence thing.
No, there's no domestic violence.
Okay. So
I'm just live streaming on YouTube, so I'm like, I guess like playing
citizen.
up a character, like trolling around my chat, but no,
Okay.
there's nothing going on.
the quickest way to clear this up would be if everyone just comes out real quick.
Yeah, there's
Well,
shoes.
one of them is sleeping. Yeah.
Okay. Can you guys?
How's it going, sir?
Can I get you guys out and just hang out right here for a second?
Yeah, I just gave me a shoe.
That's stress.
Dude, how is it a domestic violence, dude?
Not concerned. It's a fucking concern.
It's a concerned
Your
citizen.
loud fucking rhino voice. Elephant trunk.
I wish I had an elephant trunk.
No, actually, you're fucking.
I have an
Sounds
elephant's
like-
toe, dude.
So how many more people?
I think I stepped on shit, dude.
2? And they're sleeping right now?
Well, they might not be getting warm.
Okay. Can I just have you guys stand back right here with my partner?
I don't know why they just don't give them permission to poke their heads in and see for themselves.
What's up, partner?
By the sidewalk right there, please. Curb.
Egg. I don't know why, but just still seeing that person in the scooter. Just go by. This is
So, partner?
aggressively America right now.
By the sidewalk right there, please. Curb. You too, buddy.
Oh, what was her name? Mobility Mary.
Oh yes. Oh god.
Haven't thought of her in ages.
I think that should be our next stop, maybe.
I don't know. Maybe, but we'll see. Ugh.
I have the same mount. What's that? Oh no, I was talking about your holster setup. I have the same setup. Yeah.
Yes, try to befriend the pig by pointing out guns are fun.
But yeah, I had the same holster set up. The cop's probably thinking, where
I'm
is it
from
right
Florida,
now, I
where I can
wonder.
have that.
I'm from
Like a
Florida.
holster setup?
No, really?
Yeah.
I don't think there are any restrictions on it.
Hang on. Something's. I'm just gonna have to check something real quick. Oh, there we are. I was worried there for a minute that we weren't streaming, but we were. Like I don't know why it wouldn't have. Someone would have told me anyway if that was the case. But yeah, no, we're good. Boop boop boop.
JJ never wakes up.
Yeah.
Did you fart?
No, that was
Yes,
not,
you
that
did
was not me,
fart.
dude.
You just
You
farted.
definitely farted. How long you guys been on the force?
Police likes fart jokes.
The Forza.
For a minute.
Cool.
How long you be on the car for? For a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Is anyone in a dating relationship?
Yeah, as all friends depends how drunk
No,
and
I
high
guess
we
it was
are.
like 10 years, dude. You could tell by my physique. I'm a prime specimen. What the fuck?
Yeah, we're all YouTubers.
He's got hardcore dilf body.
I'm a quality specimen.
Kind of looks a little bit like an overweight Mickey Richards.
No, the lady fucking called him.
Yeah. She thought that somebody was getting beat or some shit in here.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, because I was playing, because I was trolling with the chat.
Oh shit. I thought it was a caller.
No, it was the lady. It starts being a really loud person.
Now it's actually someone that called the cops. Not,
Yeah.
not the fucking
These fucking kids,
Yeah.
like this is. I have to admit, like they don't really respect other people's like just sense of well-being. They don't. They just want to scream and shout all the time, and then they're worried, wondering why so many people get angry, and they're like, "Oh, we're just streaming, bro." It's like they really don't know how else to live at this point. It's kind of
No, they're a bit feral.
yeah. I don't think they could. I think they could readjust to society if someone put up, but like they'd have to have their cameras taken away. And I imagine one day there's got to be like a court order along those lines. Like, did you see when Gucci's got brought into hospital for being so fucking drunk and she just was like, she had to be wheeled out? Like, people were like screaming at them, "Why are you filming it? We're just filming our friend, bro." They really don't know how else to live. It's just their knee-jerk reaction to whip out their phone. I don't know if it's a generational thing or it's specifically down to these guys.
Dude, I'm telling you, bro, if I get fucking excited, I get all loud and shit, and I just get like, it's hard to explain.
Well, we're both from like the East Coast, so
Yeah.
we get hella fucking.
Hey, we're drinking over here. Water. You got coffee?
Coffee.
So do you like your Glock 17?
What an odd thing to say.
It's a good gun. It's a really good gun.
So do you like your shades?
I prefer the 45. Not 45 cal, just like Glock 45, 19 slide, 17 grip. It's fire.
She should feel bad. Like, what the fuck?
Whenever
My feet
I
are
play
legit
Call of
burning,
Duty,
dude.
I like using the ray gun. It's pretty good gun.
Because it takes the zombies out.
It takes the zombies out.
You know who might have called?
Yes, sir.
No, Yellow.
There's a-
I'm just joking, dude.
Who?
I started talking about Yellow,
Oh,
the true cell.
HAC?
Who's that?
Yeah, here's a HK.
Jacob, that's not cool, bro.
What?
What? I'm just joking. Is Jay just still in the back sleeping, dude?
Yeah, because
Dude, that kid sleeps all day, dude.
you put water in his
I think he's got worms.
That's what I'm thinking, because he told that wrong me and
Yeah.
shit.
What the like, do you think it's worth it for the money they don't make? Like, they're not swimming it in cash. They're never swimming in cash. They always are. They have just enough to put money in the tank and eat some really shitty food, and then they spend it all on drink. But like, it's not a lot of drink. So I wouldn't want to live like this. I'd not want to live like this. It just seems like if it was fun for a weekend, sure, but they've been doing it for how many years now? And they have fallings out, and they break up when they come back together, and it's like, they can't be making thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, but someone always bails them out.
It's weird. Just gonna go to the little boy's room. I'll be back.
There comes Obesity Patrol. Coming to take my calories, brother.
Well, they're more than welcome to take mine.
I remember when viewers called the police on me and Alice, and they're like, "I'm looking for domestic violence," and I was like, "Officers, just look at my knuckles here." I show them my first thing I did was like, "Okay, look at my knuckles."
Show us your knuckles.
Well, they don't look that great. They're very ugly.
Yeah.
I got sausage fingers.
But that was like the first thing when I first.
Pocket, a black F-150. It looks like the dogs there with no windows down.
You can legally break that window.
Oh, it's in a car.
Save the dogs.
Can't you legally break windows to save a dog or a child? Oh. Don't do that. I'm not a lawyer. Sorry, I just want to clarify my name, you know? Dude, that's weird. I guess I shouldn't listen to YouTube videos.
Whose RV is this?
It's pretty much I'm running it. It's honestly she's a streamer, so I can't really talk about it. But
I'll mute it.
I've Andrew.
Yeah. I was thinking, like, this explains, like, this might explain it. Like, did they receive like a 9 minutes worth of street and nostril streaming and then the audio comes back on? It's like, do they receive like funds from other people? Did they have like a? I know they get donations, but did they get like a an allowance? That's the word I'm looking for. Ooh, I might have to end the stream a little early today. Yeah, maybe I'll end when he comes back.
And I'm back.
All right. I was actually thinking I'll probably end on the hour, just because I'm going live in about 2 hours, and I kind of need to defrag a bit.
No worries.
Yeah, awesome. But like I'm going back on Twitch in a little while, so if anyone still wants more content, you'll find me over there. We're going to listen to some audiobooks and play some Fallout. Canticle of Libowitz, if you've ever heard of that one. It was the inspiration for Fallout and a couple of other like post-apocalyptic stuff. There's an audio drama from like a radio show back in the day that was we've been listening to that. It's been pretty great. So there's so many things where you go, oh, that's from that thing. But yeah, do you think they receive like an allowance from someone's parents who like funnel them like $1,000 a week or something like that? Because that might explain it. Because they can't be making enough money doing this shit normally. I've watched IP2 streams for like whole days at a time, and they're making like $20. That goes between how many of them? And they're still getting shit faced, doing hardcore drugs, doing softcore drugs, getting enough food.
Yeah, there's got to be some sort of passive income flowing in some way.
Without false plates on the back. So that's a plate that used to belong to a Jeep. It's getting registered over to a different vehicle that's nothing.
Oh shit!
Shasta /Ford.
You're
You know what I mean? Like what I'm saying is that plate that used to belong to a Jeep is in the process of getting registered to a different VIN number than this. It has no business being on this.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do right now is pull that license plate off of the RV.
I'm literally getting this place. I'm literally getting plates.
Because right now I'm willing to just assume that this dude did you dirty by putting the plate on it. But on the other hand, I could just err towards the side of you guys are lying to me and
I don't know.
arrest you for falsifying that or whatever.
So they've been driving around with in the RV without any plates, like with proper plates.
Wow.
Fucking hell. I'm also surprised that like it's still road legal. Did you see the tree that slammed into it? Andy Dick's room just has like this huge gaping hole on the side now. Well, the sleeping area in the back has a whole gaping on the side now because it's. Oh, sorry, that's contents. RV. This is Andy's RV.
Plate off.
Take it off. I have no clue about that plate. I'm literally getting plates.
Okay. Because you're better off getting pulled over for driving without that plate on there than having that plate. Because they're gonna, especially highway patrol, they're not gonna really care what the operator's statement is, right? They're just gonna
We get it.
let her go. So
you're walking.
Yeah, like.
Yeah, in this case.
I'm literally getting.
This is the first one.
I know, like I know clue about that plate. I'm literally getting new plates. So.
Okay. So I can do like the most lenient thing possible is just have you pull that plate off, don't put it back on, give it back to that dude, and say put it back on whatever vehicle it belongs to or whatever you're doing with it.
Yeah.
But not this RV. Keep it off.
Yeah.
We have record of it on this now, which means no matter what somebody says that gets contact with the vehicle, whether it's driving or not.
Of course.
He's gonna get deemed a liar.
We get it.
So we will, for now, pull that
Thank you, Dr. Evil.
I'm gonna have to, because of the paper trail, issue a parking citation. And I didn't see you guys driving it, right? So I'm not giving the driver. I'll give your license back. Your license is valid out of Arizona, so we're all good there. But I'm just gonna leave the parking sign with this. We're gonna pull that plate off. Then we're gonna have you, at your convenience, hit up.
Yeah.
Oh, something for like some sort of screaming match with a Karen, you know?
Because it's not gonna have plates on it. They're gonna check the VIN in California.
Yeah, let's have a look around. Because otherwise they're just going to be explained what they did was doing wrong.
A toe that like hugs itself.
Oh my God! No.
Jesus, what is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still them as outside there. It's.
Pour ice water, make it better.
like, what the fuck? They're just, yeah, they're just, the whole thing is just them having to take their plates off. Oh, this could be the Karen. I think this is the Karen.
Nobody was dying. I'm an entertainer. I'm an entertainer.
Oh my.
Yeah. No, I was playing a character. My character's name is Autistic Bob.
You're not helping your cause, sir.
Yeah. He's a very pissed off guy because because the system fed him GMOs and they made him fat. So he's mad at the world because he eats McDonald's every day, particularly a double quarter pounder, 10 McNuggets, a McFlurry, and a large Coke. Yeah, they were cool. They loved it. They thought it was funny. Yeah.
Thank you, Karen. Good thing you were here to make life easier for these kids.
We love our cops. Yeah, I have a song that I wrote. You want to hear it? It's called We Love Our Cops, Our Law Enforcement. We love our military, they're important. We love our cops, our law enforcement.
I think she's...
We love our military, they're important.
You bit off a little bit more than you could chew there, love. You know, like...
And you're on the
Sorry,
run
Karen,
when
not
you're
today.
on the run. Who you gonna call? Who you
This
gonna
is why
call?
you shouldn't get involved in other people's business a lot of times. You don't know who the fuck these people are.
Yeah. I know, I get it, but those kids should have stronger parents that teach them it's okay, kids, don't be scared.
The kids hearing swears are actually the fault of the parents who should teach their kids to be tougher.
Maybe the parents are soy boys. They might be liberals.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. Maybe the parents are liberals and they're teaching the kids to be liberals and fear everybody else when they should just stand tall and live life and be happy. Donald Trump, #1. Fuck Biden. He screwed us with gas prices.
Sorry, he has autism, dude.
No. We're gonna go up to California. We're gonna follow cars around Florida and film them. I know, and this place sucks. How about fuck off? Bye, bitch. Oh my god.
Yeah. Gonna call
I was just Gucci's right now. I just told her to fuck off. Bye, bitch.
But she said, don't make me call the cops again.
Good God.
Look at this. I was just thinking that. Fucking hell.
Oh, fucking fuck, it's a rubbish tip on wheels. This is the what the... It's Rolling Hoarders Paradise. Welcome to the show, ladies
That was
and
an angle,
gentlemen.
yes, that was an angle they never fucking took with hoarders. They never showed RV hoarders. It was always old people houses and shit. They
don't have to because the fucking RV hoarders are live streaming that shit on YouTube right now.
True. Oh, imagine if the hoarder show and the IP2 crew crossed over. They would never been able to air that episode. Like,
oh, for fuck's sake.
Sueño, if that is your place, why are you... You better be so far in between typing because you're busy hoovering and throwing out the fucking trash, you know?
She really said that. She said, don't make me call the cops again.
Spam one in the
so
chat
much
if I should
shit
just
in
take my
there.
car and
Like,
drive around
I'd be
America.
looking for random unconscious hookers under piles of garbage just to see if they were there.
Yeah, I mean, they probably have like 5 story arcs in the IP2 lore each, you know. Like, did you see when they opened up the fridge and there was something like completely rotting inside it because they intentionally leave rotting stuff inside the fridge a lot of times for like the shock value of people finding it.
Just keep the content
Oh,
going.
God.
Gucci's?
Hear that? Just keep the content going. Yeah,
I'm gonna
it's
need you and your crime scripts to join my car so I can fund my gas, okay?
Fake crime.
They live like...
Chat, one in the chat if I should just drive off right now, dude. They hit him with every single one possible. Is that what they did?
That's what you wanted me to drive the RV, so I'll get here.
What is that? A single braced tooth? Like instead of braces, it's just brace. No, it's just a bit of shine on it.
Yeah, and you would go to jail. Dude, what if that was the master plan to get you out of the script?
Go to jail, that's why you wanted me to drive the RV.
Dude, chicken's fucking based, dude. Yo, chicken's based as fuck for some.
Stupid, but I knew there was a catch to this shit. I know he wanted me to go to jail, he wouldn't give a fuck. He knew about this shit. Fuck this. I'm going back home, fuck this bullshit. Yeah, but you think I didn't get hit by the...
Look at all those empty bottles. It's like 20 of them.
Oh shit. Yo, Chad, the master plan has been revealed, dude. Chicken was trying to get Jacob locked up this whole time.
So, best friend?
Yeah.
Best friend? He's not a friend at all.
Oh, at one point they left a massive pile of unwashed clothes in a big like shopping bag right by the front door, and someone poured water all over it, and instead of throwing them out or throwing them into the wash, they left them there for longer. Like,
or maybe someone was going to come back and pour more stuff on them.
Right? And the thing is that, like, it was in the way. It always was harder for them to, like, walk around it when they could just move it. It's just, you know, they're never going to get the. Apparently, this thing still isn't paid off for, but neither of the RVs are paid off for. So, like, both of these motherfuckers are going to cost a fortune when
I think the correct...
for the damage done. Look at the stains in the walls.
Fucking hell.
So I reached out to him after your 14 joke, and they found
get
a...
arrested, that's what he wanted to do.
690.
690 bucks?
Yeah, but I would have been me arrested.
Damn, that's a $700 ticket, dude. Fuck.
That was not a friend at all. Fuck him.
If I got a $700 ticket, I'd be like, oh, right, fuck, I'm fucked for the next 2 or 3 months. These guys, they're like, oh, wow, that's so much. And then they just add it to the fucking pile of debt. It's like, where the fuck are they getting this money? And it isn't just this.
Fucking insane.
Hey, remember when Mongo kept saying, dude, let's fucking drive, let's drive, and nobody listened?
We said, like, you told me when we got the shit, so I fucking rushed over here.
Yeah, we were supposed to be leaving, but, you know.
And we never did.
Yo, I know somebody's gonna clip to that lady fucking singing the Bake song and shit.
Alright, Captain Content, Andy Dick, whatever the fuck, just to wrap it up. Because I want to get up. I want to stretch. I want to be free, yo. Like, these guys... Wait, are they not filming right now? Captain Content RV, Captain Content RV, Captain Content with Andy Dick. Hell yeah. Yeah, this isn't doing much better. This one. And he's been doing this for like 5 years now, and he can see he's so dead. He's so sick of it. But he still does it. Doesn't even do it for the money. He just...
shouted out before he stops you. I'm coming to get you and save you.
This guy wants to hang out. I think we could hang out like tomorrow. I don't know.
Who is it?
Some guy
Look at
that
his
joins
hair.
and watches. I don't really know much about him, honestly.
He's like a newborn.
He's looking haggard as fuck, isn't he?
Oh, God.
Save me, buddy. Nobody ever wants to save me. Everybody wants to save Andy. You know, everybody wants to save poor Andy. What about
Yeah,
me,
I know,
guys?
by the way. That's what you should be worried about. You should be worried about him.
Any old rich woman wants to save a poor Spanish boy?
Yeah, that's poor boy. Look at him.
Homeless in his RV.
Like a little Spaniard orphan.
Spaniard.
Spaniard.
Poor me in my RV, please.
Poor little
everybody.
thing. Look at him.
Are we gonna eat the shit out of this airplane?
He's drinking his drink like a fucking toddler.
Nice thin slice.
Slices, you say, huh? Yeah?
Yeah.
That's delicious.
Fuck is that?
I would just throw that first one out.
I'll eat that one, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Was that zucchini?
I'm getting all this.
No, I just... Let's
Well,
hope
remember
it
it's
stays.
broken.
Yeah, I fixed it, but I kind of did a bad job at it. This is the first time I'm using it. I'm going to see if it really takes the pressure or not.
I'm going to keep my hand under here. Just...
I just want to sharpen that knife. I don't know. I've got this
Yeah,
overwhelming
it looks
urge
like
to
a
sharpen
butter
it.
knife. What the fuck? Like,
At least get a chainsaw, dude. Come on.
I wish we could watch TV. I mean, I guess...
And as you plunge the chainsaw in, you
Yeah, I
scream
got
out, "For the Emperor!"
I had a fucking laptop. I had a fucking
I got
iPad.
the tablet still that you can use, you know?
Well, can
It's
we
just that
get on Netflix and shit?
Yeah, sure. I've been...
Yeah, let's do Netflix and shit.
Netflix and shit.
I've been kind of low on battery because there hasn't been a lot of... I mean, it has
Is
been
that
a
the
lot of
name
sun,
of the
but I've
next
been, like,
song?
using all my...
Netflix and
battery,
shit.
you know?
God, I hope so.
But I don't want the white. The white are, no, you can't digest them. You don't like them.
So I can just like fry it with like just like.
I want those.
Andy's system is so shot full of drugs that he can't digest food properly anymore.
To batter this, I don't know if that would work though. Like you do it with.
I remember when this guy used to be on a show with fucking Rogan.
Oh yeah. What was the
And
name
the
of
dude
it?
from fucking Saturday Night Live. Is it news? No, it wasn't. Was it News Radio?
I think it was new. Yeah, maybe. Andy, Dick, Joe, Rogan.
David Spade, I think his name was.
News Radio. Yeah.
So it was News Radio. Yeah, and he was actually his part, the character he played. He was funny at times. It's just so weird to see a dude that was standing side to side with Rogan. Now he's sitting in a fucking RV going, while Rogan's literally been offered a fucking actual truckload of fucking $100 bills to exclusively stream on a platform. Fucking madness. There he is. Look at him.
Yeah. How like, don't forget, like, whoever you are, you may always end up in a bad place or in a better place or a worse place. Like, life will throw you a fucking curveball. Andy's a very tragic story. Go and watch that episode of American Dad where Roger gets replaced by Andy Dick and they have to have a fay-off. You know, like, just to see who's more campy and queer-coded and obnoxious. It's fucking weird. Like, this timeline is a very strange timeline that didn't go in the directions we all thought it would go.
So cool. Why women? If you're too hairy, like I'm not.
So first you grab my genitals and then you make fun of you just like.
Yeah, kind of sounding a mixed bag there, Andy. Of course, then he always grabs everyone. God, watching him get rejected by Chicken Andy was so sad because he constantly wouldn't accept it. And then afterwards, he's like, is he talking about me? Is he talking about me? No. And when he does, it's not nice. Let it go.
Christ.
Yeah. Oh, they're eating raw eggplant. I think they're going to do something with it. They was adding egg to it. But yeah, I got a pee now. I've drank that much coffee. I've actually got nothing to eat now for the next day. Fuck, I need to find some point tomorrow to go out and see if I've got any money on the old card to buy whatever. I get paid on Wednesday, but until then, hungry. All right, but listen, Red, it has been fantastic talking to you. Is there anything you want to shill before we go?
Yeah, I would suggest to the kind people in chat that they watch The Bearded Ramblings. Great show. And my friend Pimp has a channel, King Weirbeard, over on the old TikTok. Check that out. And you know what? Shabisky as well. Give that son of a bitch a shout out.
I don't know. I never heard that he was the greatest or anything.
No, either have I. It was allegedly he is the greatest at something. Yet to find out what that thing is, but we'll get there eventually. Shabby's good value. And
Yeah, he's
you know, I'm going to throw John Morgan a bone. Pedantic Pedestrian Podcast. It can be a lot of fun. Check them out.
You had to fucking like stop yourself and be like, okay, pull it back a little bit. It can be fun.
Yeah, you said I'm glad you caught that. That'll be an in joke because John should get that because he goes from being ultra serious to showing the kittens, and that was a suggestion I made. I said, can't be 100 miles an hour all the time with carnage. You got to throw the odd kitten in. So that's where he got the kittens and carnage thing from. So shout out to John on the Pedantic Pedestrian Podcast.
And you say that tomorrow, Shabby and John are going to be joining Krendar and myself on Bearded Ramblings over here. But
Well, there you go. Crossover City, baby. Wow.
Damn right. And while I haven't heard back from him, it looks like it still will happen. Dirt will be joining me on Wednesday for 3 Drinks Minimum, all of which you will find here. But in a little while, at midnight, I'm going to be over on Twitch, playing some Fallout. So come and join me then. And with that, I want to say thank you all.